It is the rubber game series between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres. You guys are listening to Sunday Afternoon Baseball right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another ball game here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. I'm Justin, and today we have a pretty interesting matchup given to you between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres. The Arizona Diamondbacks sit at 39 and 52, sitting last in the National League West, while the San Diego Padres sitting 52 and 41 for second place in the National League West. It's a rubber game series. It is Sunday. It is the Sunday before the All-Star game. Both teams are going to get a few breaks before before they go back out at it again for the second half of the season. And we are calling the Padres game at Petco Park. It's a beautiful day in Petco Park. You guys sit tight, relax. Pitching matchups, first pitch, all headed your way here next on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Wake up 2 p.m. I don't know where we are. Looks like a cheap motel with our clothes on the floor. I don't know how we ended up here. And we've been flying high. Are we going too far? I got no cash left and I'm losing my job over you. But I don't care about that. But I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling up to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn it down. But I don't care about it, 'cause I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. I've been chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist.
Sunday afternoon baseball here, presented to you by StreamYard, where you can create your podcast, YouTube videos, host virtual business meetings, and much more. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. We got a great matchup coming to your way here, coming up here in just a few moments between the San Diego Padres and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Take a look at the series that's happened so far in Major League Baseball. The Arizona Diamondbacks came in, started a three-game series back on Friday, and then the Padres took advantage of that. You think of the Padres over the last few days, they dropped 3 of 4 against Colorado, and then they split the series between the San Francisco Giants. The Padres come into today's game looking to pick up the series sweep before the All-Star game, before the Home Run Derby, which is tomorrow, and before the All-Star game in LA on Tuesday, and then they head on the road for the against the New York Mets. You look at the Arizona Diamondbacks and what they came into, losing the first two against the Padres, final score 5-3, and then the second game last night was 4-3. They dropped 2 of 3 against San Francisco, and then also dropped 3 of 4 against Colorado over the last week. So they're trying to avoid the sweep and try to head into the All-Star series looking up and rising. Well, the pitching matchup here for the both teams starting over in against Arizona, we have the right-hander Merrill Kelly, 33 years old. His ERA, he's 5-8 with a 3.636 ERA in 18 games, no saves, 104 innings pitched with 84 strikeouts. as the San Diego Padres are sending Mike Clevinger, the 31-year-old right-hander coming out of Alpha Thomas John surgery last season, just recently added into the lineup a couple of weeks ago. Actually, about a month ago. He's 2-2 going into today's game with 3.79 ERA in 9 games, 40 innings pitched, and 40 strikeouts. All right, we got the Padres and Diamondbacks coming to you next. The starting lineup and followed by the first pitch, all coming to your way here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Quando o sol se pôs, pensei em nós dois. Foi a alma que morreu. Tudo escureceu, bem ao meio-dia. Foi no apogeu. Quem diria que seria o fim de você e eu? Mas quando eu olho nos olhos, é tudo bem diferente. A boca fala, mas o coração não mente. O amor é uma teoria explicada por gente. Não parece nem um pouco com que a gente sente. Se foi uma ilusão, porque some o chão. Foi um sonho que morreu. Se o que acabou nunca existiu, de onde vem a dor? Quando o sol se pôs, pensei em nós dois. Foi a alma que morreu. Tudo escureceu.
Padres and Diamondbacks here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Thank you guys for everyone for tuning in. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon in San Diego, California, as we get you guys ready for the San Diego Padres taking on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Game 3 of this 3-game series, as the Padres took the first 2 last night and Sunday night. It is Padres baseball, and we are starting off with the starting lineup with the Arizona Diamondbacks batting first at third base. It'll be Jose Rojas batting second in center field. Alex Thomas, the designated hitter, batting third. Ketel Marte. He has been very dangerous for the ball club over this past series and the entire season. Batting cleanup at first base, Christian Walker. Batting fifth in left field, David Peralta. Over there in right is Dalton Varsho. He'll be batting sixth. Batting seventh is Sergio Alcantara. He'll be at second base, and batting eighth at shortstop is Gerardo Perdomo, and batting ninth the catcher Jose Herrera. It is Rojas, Tomas, Marte, Walker, Peralta, Varsho, Alcantara, Perdomo, and Herrera for the starting lineup for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Taking a look at the starting lineup for the San Diego Padres here coming into today's game, 52-41. Second place in the National League West. Batting leadoff in left field will be Jurickson Profar. Jake Cronenworth will get the nod at second base. He'll be batting second. Batting third is Manny Machado. He'll be at third base. Nomar Mazara will be batting cleanup in right field. Luke Vogt will be the designated hitter. He'll be batting fifth. And at first base, Eric Hosmer, he'll be batting sixth. Batting seventh behind the plate, Austin Nola. Batting eighth in center field is Trent Grisham. And batting ninth, the shortstop, C.J. Abrams. That is Profar, Cronenworth, Machado, Mazzara, Voigt, Hosmer, Nola, Gresham, and Abrams doing for the San Diego Padres and Bob Melvin. We'll take a look into the division and into the series here, and I'll pull this up as Mike Clevinger works his way in. He'll be the pitcher of the day. In 9 starts, he's 2-2, 3.79 ERA, 40 innings pitched, 13 walks, 40 strikeouts, 5 home runs allowed. Against opponents average is about 221. Looks like it's going to be an exciting game today here. Look into the game, today's game, heading into what we are expected to see. Take a look at the standings here real quick, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as the game progresses. Well, the Padres are coming in 9.5 games back behind the Dodgers, who sit at 60 and 30, and then the Arizona Diamondbacks are 39 and 52, 21.5 games back, as Clevinger gets the ball from the clean ball from the home plate umpire, walking back up from behind the plate. Jose Rojas gets set onto the mound, and we are getting ready for some baseball here in San Diego. Padres Diamondbacks. Clevinger gets the pitch. First pitch on the way. Here's the windup and the stretch. And that's down low, called for a strike, and we are underway in beautiful San Diego. It is scheduled to be 72 degrees today, partly cloudy, 7-mile wind pulled up. First pitch 111. Here's a 1-0-1 pitch that is going to line into left field for a base hit. Jose Rojas gets on base to lead things off here against the Padres. And you think about one thing that is going to be a challenge for Mike Clevinger in today's game is going to be all these left-handed pitchers. Arizona only has one right-hander. You have 4 switch hitters and 4 left-handed batters. Rojas on second. Alex Tomas is up at the plate. Throw back over at first. And Rojas is back in safely. Arizona Diamondbacks, the visiting team, they're wearing the red tops with the black letterings and gray pants, while the Padres are wearing the navy camouflage as it's Military Sunday. Here's the first pitch, swing and a miss to Alex Tomas. They're wearing the navy camouflage tops with their white bottoms. Tradition, San Diego Padres. Is also Star Wars weekend in San Diego. The game before the All-Star break here. 0-1 pitch up high. 1-1. Just getting underway between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres. Clevinger sets on the mound. And here's the pitch to the plate on a 1-1 count. And swing and a miss. 1-2. Today's umpires coming in will be home plate umpire calling balls and strikes is Jeff Nelson. C.B. Buckner will be at first base. Bill Miller will be at second. And at third base is Clint Voldirac. Here's the 1-2 toss back over to first. Alex Tomas, 248 average. Trying to get to Clevinger. Here's the 1-2, swing and a miss for out number 1. 1 away for Ketel Marte. Marte, 372 batting average. You think about a guy who's given the Padres some definite struggles. 28-year-old from Dominican Republic. nicknamed El Nino. He's batting .272 with 8 home runs. Here's a pitch up high for a ball, 1-0. Debuted 2015. Last at 0 for 4 last night against the Padres. 3 for 4 on Friday. Also hit a home run on Friday night. Also hit a home run against the Giants on Wednesday night. This one is up high and in. It's 2-0. Mike Clevinger working as a right-hander, having to face the majority of the lineup as left-handed. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Christian Walker is the only right-handed batter in today's lineup. Small leadoff over at first from Rojas. Here's the 2-0 pitch, chop foul on the right field side. 2-1. One away. No score here in the top of the first inning. Padres and Diamondbacks. Military Sunday here at Petco Park. Rubber game series. Padres trying to go in for the sweep. 2-1 set for Clevinger. And here's the pitch. Down in the dirt goes Rojas. No throw, but it's going to be late. Rojas was still second with ease. And it's going to be 3-1 to Marte. Rojas was going. The ball got a little away from Clevinger, and the throw was not even close. Marte almost overshot the bag. So a runner on second, one away. Arizona trying to score early on here in this game. Here's the 3-1 hit, fly ball out to right field. Going back is Mazara to the tracks, to the warning track, and he'll make the grab onto the wall. And Rojas will have to go back and tag. No advancement. Nice catch by Mazara. And that's going to, for a right fielder, for any outfielder, it's a challenge in trying to find yourself the distance between the wall and the grass. And when you get to the warning track, it becomes a little bit more difficult. Mazara stuck with it the entire time, leaped up, made the grabbing catch. Mike Clevinger definitely was excited for that one, for out number 2. And to keep him safe is that he allowed his body to brace the impact afterwards, landing into the right field wall. And so his pad is a little bit, but it's still not a soft padding. As the first pitch in for Christian Walker is hit foul, swing and a miss, strike 1. Christian Walker, 207 batting average on the season. He is 207 with 22 home runs. Haven't been hitting, but when he hits well. The 0-1's pitch to Walker. And a swing and a miss for strike 2, 0-2 early in the count. And that is what Mike Clevinger is going to need to do here early on, is to just throw strikes, allow these hitters to hit the ball and to just hit the ball and let the defense just do the rest. Here's the 0-2. That one's outside for a ball, 1-2. Nobody out. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Rojas is at second. Alex Thomas struck out, followed by a fly out to right field from Ketel Marte. Clevinger works a little bit slower, what we've kind of seen as of late. Here's the 1-2 set and delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, a quick, easy outing for Mike Clevinger, leaving a runner on second. No score. Padres come up to bat, come here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Bottom of the first here against for the San Diego Padres. Welcome back here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. I'm Justin. We'll be listening to the Padres and Diamondbacks all afternoon. As on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks is Merrill Kelly. Merrill Kelly 8-5 on the season, 3.36 ERA. Has a four-seam changeup, cutter, sinker, curveball, and slider all in his repertoire. Last outing was on last Monday against the San Francisco Giants. He won the game, pitched 7 innings, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. The military Sunday uniforms for the Padres look so good. It's been so long since I've seen military Sunday, and it's the darker camouflage uniforms as Jerks and Profar gets in to the plate. Kelly first pitch, swinging, foot chop fell. 0-1. And, the Padres over the last couple years switched to the pinstripe uniforms, kept the camouflage Sunday uniforms. One of the first traditions that the Padres inquired. And here's the 0-1, chopped it to second to Alcantara, throws it over to first for out number 1. One away here, and here's how the defensive side looks for the Arizona Diamondbacks. From left to right, we have Peralta in left, Tomas in center, right field is Dalton Varsho. At third base is Jose Rojas. Perdomo is at short, Alcantara is at second. Christian Walker is at first. Behind the plate doing the catching is Jose Herrera. As Jake Cronenworth gets settled into the plate. Cronenworth 241 on the season. Didn't play last night, took the night off as the first pitch is in there for a called strike. He was 1 for 4 back on Friday night. Scored in a run. Here's the 0-1 pitch, the Cronenworth. Chop foul, so 1-2. One thing you'll notice little difference between Clevinger and Kelly is that when you look at Clevinger's lineup that he has to face, he's facing everyone that is left-handed, all right, or who's batting switch-handed. So he's going to have to deal with the lineup that's more set in his pace. He's going to have to take control over that. Here's the 0-2. This is chopped foul on the third place dugout. It's going to get into the crowd. Play 0-2. Well, as for Kelly, he's going to have a nice mix-up as Bob Melvin's put in Profar as a switch hitter, left-hander. Cronenworth, but it's the right-handers that's going to probably be more of an ease for Kelly, as you have Machado and Voit, and you also have Nola. Here's the 0-2 delivery to Cronenworth. That's outside. It's 1-2. Cronenworth was elected as an All-Star this year as an alternate, and he is elected to be. So he will be headed up to L.A. here tomorrow, as well with Manny Machado, and represent the San Diego Padres in this year's Midsummer Classics. Here's the 1-2 to Cronenworth. That's out on the corner. It's 2-2. Well, Arizona's been finding trouble all throughout the weekend and the last couple of weeks. It's the reason why they're in last place. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Cronenworth. That's down to the dirt at the feet. It's worked himself a full count. Look at Arizona. They did it back to their beginning of July. They lost a series. They only won one series. That was against the Giants last week. They lost a 3-game series to Colorado. Then they beat the Giants in a 2-3. Here's the 3-2 pitch. This is chopped into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. It's going to land right in the front of Varsho. And with one on and one out, Padres have a chance to answer back with their run. A nice 3-2 hack, and he keeps it on his side. Manny Machado is coming up, another All-Star nominee. He made the All-Star no hands down. He headed up with Joe Musgrove as well. Machado coming in 306 on the season, 15 home runs. At the Home Run Derby tomorrow night, and then the All-Star on Tuesday, both in LA. First pitch is on the corner called strike. It's 0-1. Cronenworth on second, one away here in the bottom of the first inning. Nice afternoon to play some baseball in San Diego. Here's the 0-1 that's outside for a ball. 1-1 the count. It's always nice in San Diego to play baseball. As Machado waits for Kelly. Here's the 1-1 count. On the corner again, same pitch from the first time. That's going to be called for a strike. It's 1-2. That was a 88-mile changeup. So far, this bat four-seam sticking with the fast stuff. Both clocked at 94 and 92. Now look at all the repertoire that he has. Here's the 1-2 swing and a miss for out number 2. And that was, listen, this is 3 pitches on that. We knew Kelly was just going for that outside lower corner. And all 4 pitches were around that zone. That second pitch got out of reach from Kelly. But, you look at Machado. He saw all 3 pitches. The last pitch that he saw was another one. It was a little further out, but on a 2 strikes, you have to go after it. Nomar Mazara, left-hander, batting .315 on the season. Takes first pitch inside for a ball. Mazara, 27 years old, nicknamed Big Chill, out of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Debuted back in 2015 with the Padres this year. Already had 108 at-bats so far this season. 2 home runs. That's 1-0 pitches on the outside. 17 RBIs. .368 OBS. Didn't play yesterday. Was 1 for 3 back on Friday and then 0 for 4 on Thursday. But there is a reason why he's hitting so well over the last 7 games. Here's the 2-0. This one's chopped foul. It's 2-1. Over the last 7 games, Mazzara at 21 at bats, 8 hits, or 9 hits. He's batting .429. Over the last 15 is .383, and over the last 30 is .295. Mazzara batting in the cleanup spot, something abnormal that you don't normally see. If you're on a hot streak, let's roll that out. 2-1. Here's another pitch, chopped foul. Playing in right field this afternoon. C.J. Abrams, another guy that you kind of, okay, Tatis is supposed to be coming back at some point. Will Myers is supposed to be coming back. And you see that this Padres team is trying to get healthy, but it's nice to see that these guys coming from the minor leagues are coming up to perform. The 2-2 pitch is down in the dirt. Almost got away from Herrera. Now it's full count. Luke Voigt is on deck, ready up. He's 219 if he gets up to plate. Cronenworth at first. He's going to be going 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning. Here's the payoff pitch. This is fly ball out to left field. Shallow left. Coming in is left fielder Peralta, and he'll make the grab. Both the Diamondbacks and the Padres trying to run her in the first inning as we played 1, tied at 0 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Hi, let's go.
Alright, let's take a look at our weather forecast today.
Today's forecast, a lot of sunshine, blue skies, marine clouds. Just a perfect day to go outside and relax. That's your forecast. We'll be right back.
Yeah, sunny days, sunny days, sunny days. No clouds in the sky, about to get away. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me cause I'm gonna be on break. Sunny day, make way. All the stress and doubt, yeah, not today. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me cause I'm gonna be on break. Got the Tropicana, fresh cut sushi on a platter. Brandy, Henny, it don't matter shots. Till I drop, gonna 24/7, golden hour like a boss. And they say, yo, guess you got a 2 o'clock appointment for a champagne shop, oh yeah. I'm busy trying to take it higher. Got no time for never, only spending cheddar. Wish I could do this forever. Chilling with the hottest company. They all wanna welcome me to their private penthouse suite. Yeah, now I got the key. Rooftop pool, got a heli on speed. Ocean view from the highest peak. I'm complete. Oh, I want this to stay. Please don't go away. Yeah, sunny days, sunny days, sunny days. No clouds in the sky, about to get away. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me cause I'm gonna be on break. Sunny day, make way. All the stress and doubt, yeah, not today. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me cause I'm gonna be on break.
반짝이는 ways 향긋한 나의 향해 갈게 Feel it up 어제의 나뿐일 때 태양이 너야 이 순간을 느껴 꿈이 아니니까
Dollars on a dolly with my homies, eco-friendly. Here we invite only positivity to this party. Don't want no drama with any back karma. Got a lot of that in the beat.
Top of the second inning here. Mike Clevinger is set, ready to do battle against. As the first pitch is on the outside, called for a ball. Welcome back here in the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We have David Peralta up here. And it's been a fun weekend here for San Diego. Next pitch is down low for a ball. 2-0, the count to David Peralta. He's 235 on the season. Peralta sits at 235, 11 home runs. As the 2-0 pitch. It's on the corner but called strike. It's 2-1 down to Peralta. And it looks like Clevinger's going to have more of a precise location on his fastballs. Trying to mix things up. It was a fastball, slider, fastball again. Here's the pitch. Chop foul. 79-mile slider. 2-2 now the count to Peralta. Varsho's on deck. Alcantara is in the hole. 5, 6, and 7 here in the top of the second inning. No score. No one's on base. Getaway day. Long deserving break. I think a lot of teams need, especially teams that are trying to contend like the Padres. Here's the 2-2. This one here is lined foul along the right field side. Almost a solo home run. You look at the Padres, who is a team that needs probably a break more than anyone else. Yeah, they are contending right now. If you look into the standings, and we'll get into that a little bit later on in the game. But take a look into the standings, and a team that is connected to the wild card. But this one here, the 2-2, caught looking one away here in the second. That was a sinker just right down the middle that came right back out. Probably, Peralta was probably looking on that saying, hey, thinking it was more on the inside. But you think of a team that needs a break. They are comfortably in a wild card position. Probably has no chance at beating the Dodgers in the West. Here's the first pitch to Varsho. That's in there, called strike 0-1. And Clevinger took a couple weeks, a couple months to come back. They were, Bob Melvin, AJ Pearl, really looking to try to do something to get the Padres back out. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, down 0-2. Varsho 236, 12 home runs. And for a team that's in the wild card, a team that around this time last year, this is where the Padres kind of slipped off, and there's not many games left afterwards. This is a chopped up to in the shift. Under gloved handed from Abrams, glove toss it to Hosmer at first for 2 away. That was actually, so this is a ground out to 6. They were in the shift on the right field side. Abrams were playing just above second base. As soon as that ball hit, he charges all the way over, beats Cronenworth, who is shallow right field, and gloves it and tosses it to Hosmer for the second out. What a play from Abrams. This sets up for Sergio Alcantara, as the first pitch is outside for a ball. 192, 2 home runs for Sergio. Here's the 1-0 pitch. This is a chopped foul. It's 1-1. Clevinger working a little faster this inning than he did back in the first, getting himself settled in. And a key importance for today's game, especially for Clevinger. Clevinger has been on and off. You got to call the game when he's on the mound in his control. Here's the 1-1 pitch outside. It's 2-1. Especially considering that 1 out of those 9 guys are actually right-handed pitchers. Everyone else, especially the bat left-handed, is a heavily stacked against Clevinger's favor. Here's a pitch. Fly ball out to center field. Grissom moved over to his left a few to make the grab. 1, 2, 3 here in the second. We played an inning and a half. Padres Diamondbacks here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. All right, we're in the bottom of the second inning here in Petco Park. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Diamondbacks and the Padres here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Padres. Voigt leads things off, a heavy swing and a foul. And the count goes 0-1 for Merrill Kelly. Looking at the pitching lineup, kind of easy going for Mike Clevinger. Like to get him in that rhythm. If you're looking for Kelly, he's looking for the same outcome here. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is a swing and a miss. This is 0-2. Hosmer up next. On this rubber matchup, Padres trying to sweep the Diamondbacks. Here's the 0-2 chop foul. 88-mile changeup. And we'll replay 0-2. Kelly, first 2 innings so far, 15 of his 22 pitches have been strikes. Luke Voigt hit a 3-run blast last night to give the Padres a lead. Here's a swing and a miss, caught in the glove, and Vogt didn't like that call. He thought he dropped it, and out number 1. Yeah, that was a nice clean catch. I mean, he thought he tipped it and it dropped. He didn't realize, Vogt didn't realize that Herrera kept onto the ball. And just got some clarification from home plate umpire Jeff Nelson. One away for Eric Hosmer as the first pitch is in there for a called strike. Scoreless here in the second inning. Hosmer, 271. Here's the 0-1. That was on the inside for a ball. Four-seam fastball at 93 miles an hour. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is way outside. It's 2-1 now to Hosmer. Hosmer's 271, 6 home runs. He's at first base today, and it's interesting because what you're seeing Bob Melvin do over the last couple of weeks is, if Hosmer's, situation matchups here. Here's a chop foul. It's 2-2. Hosmer's first overall round pick back in 2008 from the Kansas City Royals. Here's pick number 3. Went American Heritage, Plantation, Florida High School. Debuted May 6, 2011, just a couple years after his draft. Here's the 2-2 on the inside. He's worked himself a full count. It's 3-2. Austin Nola due up next. And you could almost say that Hosmer hasn't had the contract or season signing that he's expected to have since signing with the Padres over the last couple of years. There's a swing and a fly ball out to right center field. That's going to get down between both center field and right field for a 1-out base hit. Staying patient. 2 strike at bat. Pitch down low. Could have drawn himself a walk. Didn't want to test it. And, hey, following through with it and getting yourself a base hit. Talk about people judging Hosmer for what he's not able to do. What he is able to do. He's 238 in the last 7 games. So he's taking around a 220 average. Austin Nola, 242 batting average. First pitch on the way is in there called strike. 2 home runs on the season. And one struggle that the Padres are having, and these are good struggles to have, is the Padres are dealing with struggles. And, okay, well, when do you use Nola as your expected everyday catcher, as well as Jorge Alfaro as the 0-1 pitch is inside? It's 1-1 the count to Austin Nola. Well, Nola's been dealing with injuries, and they went out and picked up a Jorge Alfaro alongside Luis Campusano, and you had Victor Carantini at the beginning, getting rid of him, and Jorge Alfaro. I think a lot of people didn't give him enough credit. Check swings, and it's called for a strike at a ball on the edge of the plate. I didn't think he went, but apparently he did. So it's 1-2 on a curveball at 84 miles an hour. Well, I mean, Austin Nola comes over from Seattle, and with his injuries, you just didn't know what you were going to get. Last 7 games, 333 on a hot streak, and I think it has to do with the combination of here's the 1-2 fouled it off. We'll play 1-2. And I think it's a combination of not having the responsibility of having to catch each and every game when compared to maybe last year when you were catching every game. Jorge Alfaro, now you can work on matchups. And both of them are right-handed batters, but still get the opportunity to break down and, determine who. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that's going to get past Perdomo at short, and Nola will reach on base with the base hit. So a little one-out magic on a 2-strike count. Ball on the inside, hit it over in between. Perdomo couldn't get to it, moving to his left, and that'll wind up in left field. So Eric Hosmer's on second, Nola's on first. One away here in the bottom of the second inning. No score in San Diego. Trent Grissom, probably a season to forget here. A lot of expectations to be playing better. 192 with 9 home runs, 33 RBIs. Nice cloudy day at Petco Park. Nice breeze coming in. It's been all over the place. As the first pitch to Gresham is inside for a ball, 1-0. Padres looking to get on the board first with 2 men on and 1 away. Here's the 1-0 outside for a ball, 2-0. Arizona will like a nice, good double play. And with how Trent Grisham is playing, you might as well try to pitch that way. Only 25 years of age. Trent Grissom played back on Friday, 1 for 4, and he's scored in a run. Here's a pitch up high, shallow center. Going back is Perdomo to make the grab. 2 away. CJ Abrams is up to the plate. The nice young kid batting .233, 2 home runs already. Made his debut this year, 21 years old. Looking to be a combination of a utility guy right now without Fernando Tatis Jr. Has played since the 13th of July. He was 1 for 5 in that game. Here's a hit along the right field side. That's going to get past the second base into right field. Coming home to score is Hosmer, and he's going to be called out. Well, late play from Hosmer, not enough speed going in, and the Diamondbacks get out of a 2-runner jam as a nice throw from Varsho to Herrera to end the inning. We play 2. Arizona and Padres tied at 0 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. All of our music comes by Epidemic Sound. Discover your world-class artists, composers, and bands. Find your perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts and music they deserve. Epidemic Sound is a royalty-free music link. Check out epidemicsound.com for more information. 8-9-1 here, due up in the top half of the third inning. Welcome back here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. As the first pitch in there for Perdomo is called for a strike. As a ending play was ruled out. I just want to give you the official rule on how to end last inning, as the 0-1 pitch is down low for a ball. It's 1-1. Well, you had a runner on first and second with 2 outs, and Abrams singled to right on a ground ball. Harry Cosmo was coming home to score, and Varsho threw him out at home at second. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the inside called strike. It's 1-2. So it was a 9-2 putout after a single. So it will be 3 hits with 2 men left on here for the bottom half of the second inning. That was for the Padres side. The 1-2 pitch to Perdomo is swing and a miss for the first down. Well, that second strike was high up and in, and yeah, I think it was a little lucky that they got him, but hey, we went right back in too. The class of 2022 Hall of Famers: Buck O'Neil, Manny Minoso, Gil Hodges, Jim Catt, Tony Oliva, and David Ortiz will be inducted this weekend. Here's the first pitch on the way to Herrera, called for a strike. Herrera's in the game, 198, no home runs. As we're here in the top of the third inning, no score. Clevinger sets and pitches down in the dirt. 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. As Clevinger does his nice dance, it's called for a strike. Man, that dance that Clevinger does, I tell you, I'm watching it for myself, and it's just, he goes down there, he sets, and then when he comes up to set for the second time, you know, it's like he never officially sets in my book. There's just a lot of things that that he does. There's no, it definitely will throw me off. As the 1-2 pitches in the dirt, 2-2. Man, just love watching him set. He's always moving. His legs always moving. He's never, I don't know, maybe he's never comfortable. I can never tell it. Here's a fly ball out to shallow left field. Abrams Machado will get it off as they were playing the shift. Round number 2. Oh gosh, I was Machado quickly calling off Profar out there in left field, and in a sense, you kind of refer back to the Profar a week ago, where Profar went into a sliding catch, and it got taken off on a cart. Good communication is key fundamental baseball. As the first pitch, the Rojas is in their first strike. One thing you learn when you're in the outfield, this is the center fielder's game. If there's any ball that is to the left of the right fielder, any ball to the right of the left fielder, it is a center fielder's game. They're supposed to be calling off everybody as the 0-1 is down in the dirt, 1-1. Even second and short, they come out to try to catch anything that's shallow in the outfield. Center fielders, it's priority that they need to communicate in order to make the grab. And I think that's one of the confusions there. Here's the 1-1, it's outside. It's 2-1 now to Rojas, who singled and stole a base back in the top half of the first. You don't have, when you have young guys like Abrams and Grisham, and you would expect Profar. Cronenworth, I say, is learning as well. Here's a pop up in left field. Grisham will get underneath it, and that will retire the side. Quick out 1, 2, 3 for Clevinger. We played 2.5 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Bottom of the third inning here at Petco Park. Padres Diamondbacks tied at 0 apiece as we get ready. And, listen, Arizona, the All-Star game is coming up here in a couple of days. And we have both from Arizona Diamondbacks, and I think it's rightfully known to be respected as Profar shows bunt, pulls it back, calls strike anyways. But both teams have at least one player representing each other in the All-Star. So take a look at what the All-Star is giving us and the lineup to what it's going to be giving us. The Padres not had not two, but now 3 players representing the organization. As the 0-1 pitch is down low, is 1-1. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, at least every team has one player. And obviously being in Los Angeles at Dodger Stadium this year, you had the Dodgers who really hold a lot of players. Here's the 1-1 outside. It's called for a ball. 2-1 now the count to Profar. He grounded out back in the first inning. Well, for Arizona, you have Joel Tipley. He's a 31-year-old right-hander. Here's the 2-1 that's down in the dirt. Profar's worked himself to a 3-1 count. Well, he debuted back in 2016. He was the 27th round, 816th pick of the 2013 draft. So far, he is 1-2 on the season, 2.27 ERA in 38 games, and 35 in the 2/3 of an innings pitch. Here's a swing fly ball out to right field. That is going to get down to the corner at the 222 warning track. Coming around first, he'll be heading into second. And it's 322 track. And with nobody out, Profar will hit with the stand-up double. I'm looking at my screen, and I see Profar hit the ball, and he's taken off. And you see him when Profar does take off, he's taken off right away. And he's around. He's knowing that's going for two, especially with how far Varsha was playing. Profar on second, Cronenworth on home plate. He singled back in the first. Every inning so far, the Padres have had an opportunity to get a runner in. We're talking about Joseph Newman Mantiply, who has, like I said, 1-2, 2.27 ERA. In the last 3 games, he has pitched yesterday against the Padres. He went 2/3 of an inning, striking out 2. Then he pitched back on the 13th against the San Francisco Giants. He went in a third of an inning, giving up 2 hits and 1 run. And then back on the 11th, been very consistently. Looking for the Padres side of things, the Padres have 3 players. Joe Musgrove being one. And I think there's a lot of people, and the reason why you would have Joe Musgrove being one, a lot of expectations coming out of this year. 29-year-old. 8-2 on the season, 2.42 ERA. And 16 games, 104 innings pitched. Last game was back against Colorado on the 13th, where he went 5 innings, 9 hits, no runs, 5 runs allowed, striking out 4. Wasn't the greatest work. First pitch on the way to Cronenworth was in there, called strike. We had some on-field delay. And this one's popped up in the infield or shallow left as Alcantara goes back and makes the grab. 1 away. Manny Machado here. And excuse my part of my misconfusions I got from Alcantara to Perdomo. That made the grab with 1 out. Profile on second. Manny Machado up to bat. 1 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres tied at 0. Getaway Sunday here. Padres tried to sweep the Diamondbacks. As the first pitch to Machado, swing and a miss, called strike. Well, Joe Musgrove makes the All-Star game. And you also have the Manny Machado, who has also made the All-Star game. And he was handed down the third baseman to make the grab. Average 305, 15 home runs. There's the pitch, throws back over to second, and Profar will make it back in time. Trying to catch Profar napping back at second. Probably be a better place to do it at third or at first. I guess what really hurts if you try to throw the ball away and Profar with hit speed, he could head on over to third and if not round home. What's interesting is because in this all-star team selection, all right, you can see guys like Nolan Arenado. Here's the pitch and swing and a foul. It's 0-2 to Manny Machado. Well, you have Jeff McNeil, who will start with Chisholm, who is on the sideline because of an injury. And you always get the elective, extenders and all that stuff. Well, Jake Cronenworth was an additional to start because of an injury. Here's the 0-2 down in the dirt. It's 1-2 to Machado. So the Padres have 3 players. You have Manny Machado, who will be starting the game at third base on Tuesday night. Jake Cronenworth representing and as a reserve for second base will also be entered in, and then Joe Musgrove. So we're going to see three, and it's pretty nice because over the last couple of years, we've only seen one or two, and the last time we really got a chance to see more than one Padres player represent their organization as a 1-2 pitches on the outside is 2-2 is when the Padres had the All-Star at Petco Park. Can't wait for that to come back again. I think that was the lineup with Will Myers, and you had Derek Norris on the Padres, Matt Kemp, Craig Kimball. The 2-2 pitch to Machado. That's on the corner called low. It's 3-2. Profar on second, one away. No score here in the bottom of the third inning. And you see why Herrera wants to try to throw back at second once in a while. Catch Profar napping. CJ Cron made it for the Colorado Rockies. Here's the payoff pitch, swing and a foul. Machado will do it again, 3-2. Kelly sits at 52 pitches, with 33 of them being strikes here as we're in the third. Padres had a runner on so far in every inning. Alcantara is playing little above the left side of the second base bag. Here's a 3-2, popped it up, and that's going to be in left field for Peralta for out number 2. Machado knew about that right away. Profar's back in second and 2 away. Take a look at anyone else representing. You got Luis Castillo representing the Cincinnati Reds. Kind of interesting on that factor on why. I feel like every team, one player from every team has to be selected. That is given. Luis Castillo made a return about a month ago. Had a really good outing against the Yankees earlier this week. Here's the first pitch to Mazzara, and that's chopped foul. It's 0-1. Albert Pujols' legacy selection. He was selected to be in this year's All-Star game. Let's see, Wilson Contreras and Travis d'Arnaud. You have William Contreras, who is replacing Bryce Harper as a designated hitter. Here's the 0-1. It's in there called strike 0-2. So you got the Contreras brothers, which I know we called the Cubs and Braves games a couple weeks ago. So that's a pretty amazing. How often do you get a chance to represent your teams at the All-Star games as brothers at the same year? Here's the 0-2 swing and a miss. Profar stranded at second. We played 3. It's tied at 0. Sunday afternoon baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel, and we're going to be starting something new. So if you guys like to tag along, please let us know down in the comments. Fourth inning here, due for the fourth inning trivia question. We'll get to that in a moment. This is the first pitch on the way to Tomas. It's in there for a call, strike one. Our trivia question for today's game: which Padre has hit 5 home runs in a single game? Is it A, Greg Vaughn, B, Nate Colbert, C, Adrian Gonzalez, or D, Phil Nevin? The 0-1 pitch is in there for a called strike, 0-2. Just let us know your answer down in the comment below. And it's kind of, I haven't heard of Nate Colbert. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That's going to hit right to Cronenworth. He'll knock it down in right field, but no play as Tomas makes the run to first at ease. So with no out, a runner will be on first. At least, I'll give Cronenworth a lot of credit for keeping the ball as far as it did, because it would have went right back down to the wall, and Tomas could be standing at second. So the shift works out, but Tomas reaches safe at first. No way. Tied at 0. Arizona and San Diego. Here's the first pitch. Is on the inside for a ball to Ketel Marte. Ketel flew out to right field back in the first. Now back to the trivia question that we had. Playing in the 4th and 8th inning, which Padres hit 5 home runs in a single game? There's a pickoff back at first. It gets away from Hosmer. Going over to second is Tomas. Clevinger tried to throw it over to Abrams. It was too late. We'll see how they scored this here. It's an error off of E3. I'm assuming. So that was an error pickoff move. Thomas is on second. Here's the pitch to Marte. This is popped up just on behind the bag of second base. Abrams will get in and make the grab, 1 away. You kind of get worrying that these simple mistakes, and I don't know if Hosmer wasn't quite ready yet. At the All-Star break, the Padres, 110 home runs back in 2021. Compared to this year, only sitting at 76. About the same batting average, the same runs per game, and about the same record, give or take a run or two. ERA is actually doing a little bit worse, and then something is starters innings pitched a lot better. Tomas on second, Walker's inside. First pitch inside for a ball, 1-0. Walker struck out to end off the top half of the first inning. Then go new management, ball Melvin. And it's not about how this year, it's not in year comparison. This is where the Padres did well also. Here's a fly ball out to left field. Going back to the warning tracks is Grisham. He'll make the grab. Tomas will tag up at second, head over to third. The throw-in gets away from Abrams, the cutoff man, and Machado will grab it. So, 2-way, and here comes David Peralta. And I think Trent Grisham did a pretty good job lining that up, getting that ball in right when he caught it. Tomas doing what Tomas does and tags up and makes it all the way to third. You don't see it very often, and at least the ball didn't get away from anyone. So a runner out on two-way here in the fourth inning. Alex Tomas on third, and here's David Peralta with a swing and a miss. We'll give you the answer to the trivia question at the top half of the fifth inning. Which Padre hit 5 home runs in the single game? Is it A, Greg Vaughn, B, Nate Colbert, C, Adrian Gonzalez, or D, Phil Nevin? As I mentioned, I don't know much about Nate Colbert. I couldn't imagine Nate Colbert could. I know watching Gonzalez and Nevin play in my younger days. There's a 0-1 count, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. I think I would have remembered if Adrian Gonzalez or if Phil Nevin would have hit 5 home runs in the single game. Greg Vaughn, I could see that happening with him. I know there was some remarkable games coming out of him. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Peralta. Swing fouled. Bat. So excited to talk about that. We'll get to the out-of-town scoreboard in the 6th. Games that we're looking at, I'll let you know. You have to just look around the league where the Pirates are beating the Rockies. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 5-3. And they are only played in 3 innings so far. 7-1 Giants, a lot of scoring. Here's the 0-2, another swing and a foul. That is the Brewers and the Giants. That was actually a game that we were also going to watch and call for you guys. That got changed in about an hour before game time. With this game, there are currently 7 games currently in progress. Here's the 0-2 to Peralta. And this one's also a foul ball. Nice chop back. A good pitching matchup between Peralta and Tomas and Clevinger. Clevinger sits at 54 pitches, 37 of them being strikes, as we're in the top half of the 4th inning. You expected that everyone is on deck going into this final game. You'll have 4 games off besides Musgrove, Machado, and Cronenworth. This pitch is up high. It's 1-2. I would imagine that you would want to. I wouldn't see that Cronenworth or Machado being taken out. Obviously, you still want them playing. It can be a good thing for a team to get a break. One of the teams I noticed is that who would really need a break, that's really getting the pitch deficit, is the Cincinnati Reds. And gosh, they really need a test. They're desperate for a break. But it could also do some bad things, and could get a team off their rhythm, as the 1-2 pitch is swung and missed from David Peralta. So a runner is stranded at third. We have played 3 1/3 here at Petco Park. Tied at 0 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
in there, I don't really care. Even if I wouldn't, I trust you. You say when, and I'll be holding my pet kiss. And then love turns into fear. Anyone would just disappear. And I don't know how to get out of this.
5, 6, and 1, 5, 6, 7 due up here as the first pitch to Voigt is hit down the short and quick for one away. Padres Diamondbacks here tied at 0-1 away here in the bottom of the fourth inning. And we have Eric Hosmer coming up, 273, 1-for-1 on the game. As we head into the home run derby and all-star break, we'll talk a little bit more about that throughout later in the game. Try to get to you the scoreboard out of town, especially on the hot stove and what teams we're looking at. Here's the first pitch down in the dirt at the shoes. It's 1-0 to Hosmer. Like I mentioned, we were expected to call the Milwaukee Brewers game and the San Francisco Giants. They're in the top of the fourth inning. It's 7-1. There's the 1-0 pitch. It's outside for a ball, 1-1. The Colorado Rockies and the Pittsburgh Pirates are in the top of the seventh inning, where the Pirates are leading 5-3. And we'll keep you updated throughout the game with that. Here's the 1-1 pitch is on the inside, called strike. And then you look at two teams, the Dodgers, who actually have today off because they're getting ready. The stadium is getting ready for the home run derby as well as the All-Star game. Here's the 2-1. It's down low. It's 3-1 the count. Austin Nola due up here if Hosmer gets on base. So they finished up the road series in Anaheim, and I'm kind of wondering why they didn't finish the road series there. There's the 3-1s in there, swing and a miss for a strike. 92-mile fastball. The Angels also had a 2-game series, and then they took off the Sunday, so maybe it was just an LA thing. That was lined right back to Perdomo at short, and 2 quick outs. Nice ball right down the middle. Perdomo doing a little leap-in grab, playing up the second base side. So 2 away here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Austin Nola comes up. He's singled back in the second. Kelly sitting at 63 pitches in the fourth inning. First pitch in there to Nola is called strike. 6-game hitting streak for Austin Nola. He's 7 for 17, 412 batting average. Here's the check swing on a ball down low. They checked it over at first with their first base umpire. Said no go. It's 1-1. The count to Nola. Scoreless in the fourth. Here's the pitch, chop just foul behind the plate. It's 1-2. Take a look at this. Both teams of the All-Star game. It's always good to see Vladimir Guerrero, Jose Altuve. As the 0-2 swing and a miss is strike 3. 1, 2, 3 go down the Padres. We played 4, tied at 0 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fun event, and I mean, it's going to be super exciting. So I'm really looking forward to it. I have a really good plan to go into it, and again, I mean, I just have so much fun. I don't think anyone has more fun than I do, especially when it comes to this event. I mean, it's for me, it's so fun, and I mean, again, I'm just really excited for it.
Major choice?
That was Pete Alonso joining this year's All-Star Home Run Derby this year. First pitch, top of the fifth inning, first pitch to Varsho was popped up as he showed a bunt. It was just a foul. This next one was outside. This one on the count now to the right fielder, Dalton Varsho. 0 for 1. This one's down in. 2-1 the count to Varsho. As we take a look in the top of that for the fifth inning, the Padres and Diamondbacks tied at 0. As Clevinger sets. And that's in there for a strike. It's 2-2. Take a look at everything that's going on for the All-Star Home Run Derby, which is tomorrow night. And here's the bracket that you need to know. The number 1 seed is Kyle Schwarber. He's coming from Philadelphia. 28 home runs. As the 2-2 pitch is inside for a ball. 3-2 payoff pitch coming up next to Varsho. Alcantara is coming up next. Arizona trying to get on the board here in the fifth inning. Here's the 3-2 swing and a miss. Now number 1. Take a look at the home run derby so far, real quick. You have Kyle Schwarber representing Philadelphia. He'll be the number 1 seed, and the number 8 seed is Albert Pujols. He has 6 home runs when he was set. Then coming in at the number 2 seed is Pete Alonso from the New York Mets, 23 home runs, and facing off Ronald Acuna Jr. again with the Atlanta Braves. Here's the first pitch to Alcantara. It's outside for a ball. The number 3 seed is Corey Seager with the Rangers, taking on Julio Rodriguez and the Mariners. Last but not least, Juan Soto from the Nationals taking on Jose Ramirez and the Guardians. This one here is lined up the middle, just on the right field side, so 1 out knock for Alcantara in the top of the fifth inning. Be sure to tune in Monday mornings, 7 to 9, or weekday mornings, 7 to 9, right here on the TNC Sports Talk, and check out the throw-in with Justin as we break down all the sports and highlights, news, information, getting you guys ready for Monday Night Raw, and much more. The throw-in, weekday morning, 7 to 9 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Geraldo Perdomo, 0 for 1. He's up to the plate. Runner on first, 1 away. First pitch to Perdomo is in there for a called strike. Or the top half of the fifth inning. Coming up at the bottom half, we'll tell you the answer to the trivia question. And here's a leadoff. The pitch is down in the dirt. Nice catch and block from Austin Nola. It's 1-1. As the home run derby is tomorrow. Between those 8 guys, I'm giving up. I like to see Albert Pujols. That's just my pick. It took Pujols leaving St. Louis to go to Anaheim, and then the remarkable story of him coming back to St. Louis for one last year. So we're gonna miss for a strike 2 for Perdomo. It's 1-2 the count. Alcantara is on at first. One away here in the top of the 5th inning. Scoreless, I may add. Sometimes you question, well, how do you deserve, or when do you deserve to be in the All-Star game? I mean, Juan Soto, 19 home runs. Obviously not leading. 15, I get that. But then, like, Pujols is at 6. And he can make an exception. Here's a swing and a miss. And a foul. I actually called this a foul. So we'll play replay 1-2. 93 mile fastball. Clevinger, so far, 6 strikeouts, 67 pitches. 45 of those were in there for a strike. Runner on first, 1 away. We got Ronald Acuna Jr. with only 8 home runs, and I know he ain't nowhere near. This one bounces in the dirt, gets away to the Padres dugout. Alcantara runs up and advances 90 feet. And that will lead the count to 2-2. I mean, that didn't even make it. And I mean, that was just bouncing right in front of the plate. That didn't even make it to Nola, or even to the plate at least. Kind of worried a little bit with Clevinger as he gets later in this inning. You would like to see him to go at least this inning in the 6th inning being pitched. We'll see how this turns out. Here's the 2-2. That's also down on the dirt. Nola blocks. And Perdomo works himself to a full count. And you think Bob Melvin, one thing that, you have to be patient with Bob Melvin. If you think of how Clevenger is pitching right now, he could get out of it. Right? Ruben Niebla, I would trust this kid to get out of it. And you're going to have to, especially if you're a team that is supposed to be contending in September. You're going to need your starting pitchers to go out, give you good outings. Here's the payoff pitch. That's swing and a foul. One of the problems is seeing the consistency of guys like Blake Snell and Mike Clevinger, guys that you really rely on giving you good outings. And, you see Sean Manaea, he's not, obviously, when you look, and I feel when you look at players on the outside and you want to bring them to your organization, they play better away. And then whatever they're pitching is never good enough. And this is hit on the hand. I believe they're calling that actually a foul. It's hit on the bat knob. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, that hit on the knob of the bat. thought it hit on the right wrist for a moment. We'll replay 3 and 2 in a moment. You think if Perdomo maybe sold it a little bit more? I mean, he's choked up, and I think that was clear as daylight where he hit. So another payoff pitch to Perdomo. Number 71, delivery to Clevinger. Here's the pitch. Swing fouled back to the fence. When you think about getting a 4-day weekend off, you can go to the bullpen, but I mean, how heavily have you been using this bullpen? You do overall, though, want to start putting some things together, okay, with whatever is going to go on between now and that trade deadline. All right, this is the most pitches he pitched, by the way, this entire game, sitting at number 17 this inning. You want to be able to get a solid foundation going with your bullpen with the 7th, 8th, and 9th. We're already going into the 6th inning, especially on a night-to-night basis. Perdomo, payoff pitch. Herrera's up next, and they step out. Scoreless here in the top of the 5th inning. Alcantara's on at second with one away. Here's the payoff. That's on the inside. Ball 4. The first walk Clevinger's allowed so far in this game, as he's sitting at number 73. And here comes Jose Herrera, who's 0 for 1. He's popped out back in the third inning. As runners on first and second, one away here. Here's the pitch, swing, and a chop to Cronenworth. Headed on over to Abrams, to Hosmer, and ooh, did he get it? Yeah, I think he did get it. I think the first base umpire claimed that he got it. For a moment, it looked like Hosmer got thrown off the bag out of that throw from Abrams. And it looks, we're going to see if Arizona wants to challenge. It was grounded to Cronenworth at second, toss it over to Abrams, and this very well may be challenged, as Hosmer was stretched and it looked maybe like his foot came off the bag. We'll have to see. And he was going with the ball. I wouldn't be surprised. And according to where the home first base umpire was standing, it looked like it was an out. So they are going to challenge the ruling on the field when it comes down to the out at first base. And I wouldn't be surprised. I got a glimpse at the replay. I'll have to look at it again, but it does look like Hosmer's foot was off the bag from the first angle that I looked at. And I think this is the angle that we're going to see. See if you throw it down. And I mean, this is not the angle. The first angle was a lot better, I'll tell you that. Yep, his foot was off the bag. He's going to be safe at first, and it's going to be runners on corner with 2 gone. I wouldn't think that you would be able to overturn this one or even get out of this one. I mean, he was a good inch off the bag when it came down to the diving play. And that was just because Abrams, and you got to remember, Abrams is still processing his manager, his being at the big leagues, being at 21. And yeah, and he threw too much on the far side, right side of Hosmer. And I mean, his foot wasn't even on the bag. I think regardless, his foot wasn't touching the bag. I haven't seen it touched. It would be interesting to see what the umpires rule. Oh. So they ruled the out at second, and then they called him safe because Hosmer was off the bag at first, which means now runners are going to be on the corners. You'll have Alcantara at third, and you'll have Herrera at first. Perdomo was out at second, and Mike Clevinger has to go back out there with 2 away, and we get the top of the lineup again. Not the best scenario for the Padres in this sense, because they could definitely come back and bite you if there's a base hit. So this inning continues. Top of the 5th inning, runners on the corner, 2 away. I wouldn't see Jose Herrera maybe take advantage of this bag. I see Abrams playing more towards the second base here as Jorge steps up. He's 1 for 2. A pitch on the inside will call for a ball. Check back at third. Diving in is Alcantara. So it's 1-0. So a very productive inning here, if you would say, against with Mike Clevinger. I still have confidence, and I think it's going to all depend what happens with this at bat. As the 1-0 pitch, it's fouled to 1-1. If Clevinger could get an out and send his team back down to the bottom half of the inning, I would say throw Clevinger back out there at least to start the 6th inning. But you would imagine if he walks Rojas or even allow someone to get on base and a run score. 1 run is one thing, but to get 2 or more, I think, would be doing you wrong. Here's a pitch down on the dirt. It's 2-1 now to Rojas. Tied at 0. Runners on the corners, 2 away. Giants and Milwaukee's tied at bottom of the 5th inning. It's 7-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. It's down on the dirt. It's 3-1 now to Clevinger. So you're going to have Herrera take off. And I think would have Herrera, which is who is at first, take off. And Alcantara on at 3rd and see what happens here. Pitch number 79. And here's the 3-1. That is up high, not given on the corner. So bases are loaded. That is 2 walks in the inning. And trying to get Mike Clevinger to recoup himself to approach Alex Thomas. Alex Thomas, 1 for 2. He singled the 2nd back in the 4th last inning. And the Padres are going to be playing the shift. Machado has left field of the infield all to himself. As Cronenworth is playing second base. They will be back in right field. Here's the first pitch, chop, foul left field side. This is when shifting could do you good or could do you bad. And in this sense, I don't know. Is Cronenworth playing too far out, or does he need to come in just a little bit compared to last time he was at a bat? Last time we faced Thomas, it was hit right to him, but he was in. This is bounced off of the. This was bounced off of the ground. I think it hit Thomas. And it got away, so a runner's going to score. And I think there's a lot of confusion going on. Bob Melvin's out of the dugout trying to get understanding from home plate umpire. So the ball so the ball fell and hit the ground right before the leadoff foot from Thomas. So Alcantara will score. All runners advance because the ball did get away. And it will be an 0-2 count for Thomas. Yeah, so that ball landed right in front of the foot, the driving foot. And he check swings and it went. Now I'm wondering if the ball also hit the bat, because everyone was going at contact once the ball went away. I guess another thing is if the ball hit the bat, would it be a dead ball? So they are calling it a hit by pitch, which I didn't see that, but because both Nola and the home plate umpire were checking third base to see what actually happened. So they're calling this hit by pitch. Huh. Okay. So they actually brought everyone back, so no one scored. This is actually very crazy, and we'll explain a lot to it. But we're in the middle of the fifth inning, and it's tied at 0. You're right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Hi, let's go.
Alright, let's take a look at our weather forecast today.
Today's forecast, a lot of sunshine, blue skies, marine clouds. Just a perfect day to go outside and relax. That's your forecast. We'll be right back.
Yeah, sunny days, sunny days, sunny days. No clouds in the sky, about to get away. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me, cause I'm gonna be on break. Sunny day, make way. All the stress and doubt, yeah, not today. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me, cause I'm gonna be on break. Got the Tropicana, fresh cut sushi on a platter. Brandy, honey, it don't matter shots. Till I drop, gonna be 24/7, golden hour like a boss. And they say, yo, guess you got a 2 o'clock appointment for a champagne shot, roll, yeah. I'm busy trying to take it higher. Got no time for never, only spending cheddar. Wish I could do this forever. Chilling with the hottest company. They all wanna welcome me to their private penthouse suite. Yeah, now I got the key. Rooftop pool, got a heli on speed. Ocean view from the highest peak. I'm complete. Oh, I want this to stay. Please don't go away. Sunny days, sunny days, sunny days. No clouds in the sky, about to get away. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me, cause I'm gonna be on break. Sunny day, make way. All the stress and doubt, yeah, not today. Feels like it's been a freaking decade.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and I kind of want to explain to you what just happened prior to the inning. So here's the thing, and I couldn't really hear it or understand it in my conception and how how I took it. But this is what happened. It was an 0-2 count to Alex Thomas. Bases are loaded, 2 away in the top half of the fifth inning, and the ball bounced in front of the lead foot of Tomas, and the ball got away. So Alcantara runs around to score, and it was supposed to everyone advances. So for a moment, it was 1-0. But there was a complexion of did it hit the bat? Because if it hit the bat, it was a foul play, and it was a swing. We knew it was a swing. It was an 0-2 count. So the ruling on the subject it didn't hit the batter. It bounced in front of the foot, hit the bat, and then they got away. First pitch on the way to Grisham, showed bunt, pulled back. It's 1-0. So that brought bases loaded again, and on an 0-2 count, Thomas swings and a miss, and that's how the top half of the fifth inning ended. A little weird. You always get the complexion, and what's noticeable, there's a pitch, 1-0 pitch is on the outside. It's 2-0 to Grisham, and the difference is between here and what I'm trying, calling this game. There is absolutely no audio. There's no other feedback between what you're seeing on the actual screen. Here's a 2-0 swinging and a miss for a strike one. 2-1 the count to Grisham. So we're in the bottom half of the fifth inning. It's still a scoreless ball game. And if you're penciling it in, it was a strikeout swinging out. So the Padres and Mike Clevinger has had a real big break on this. The 2-2 pitch is in there for a called strike. It's a 1-2-1. Now it's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Grisham, and he's caught looking for out number 1. Guys, get ready for the trivia question that we had. Which Padre hit 5 home runs in a single game? Period. Was it A, Greg Vaughn, B, Nate Colbert, C, Adrian Gonzalez, or D, Phil Nevin? I was going with Greg Vaughn, and the correct answer. Just a moment. C.J. Abrams comes up, 4-game hitting streak, first pitch on the way. It's in there for a called strike, 0-1. So which Padre hit 5 home runs in a single game? That is C. Or actually B, Nate Colbert. I'll explain to you what just happened with the 5 home runs rally. Here's the pitch, and it's going to be lopped right to first base. He's going to take it to the bag himself for out number 2. 3 unassisted here as Christian Walker took out number 2. Nate Colbert was the first real star for the Padres. He was National League All-Star from 1971 to 1973, but his best day was on August 1st, 1972, when he slammed 5 home runs, one of only 2 players to have done so, Stan Musial being the other, which, by the way, Albert Pujols just passed him in the home run. In a record, I just have it here and I'll read it to you. And drove in 13 runs in a doubleheader, helping the Padres sweep the Atlanta Braves 9-0. First pitch on the way to Profar is outside for a ball, 1-0, and 11-7. All right. A young Colbert and had attended the game in which Musial originally set the single-day home run record back in 1954. The 1-0 pitch is outside for a ball, 2-0 to Profar here as we're in the bottom of the 7th inning. As the 2-0 pitch is in there called strike, it's 2-1 now. Nate Colbert hitting 5 home runs in a day, all thanks to a double header. You think about that? Stan Musial just done that also in 1954. And a swing and a miss for Profar is 2-2. And you think about the Stan Musial, like I said, and it's just ironic that Colbert was in there. Here's another swing and a miss, chop foul. Albert Pujols in this Pujols being named legacy of the All-Star as well as a home run derby, sitting number 8. Here's a fly ball out to center field. Going back to the tracks is Tomas to make the grab and end the inning. We'll get all that, but coming up next is the out-of-town scoreboard. It is Diamondbacks nothing, Padres nothing, through 5 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Quando o sol se pôs, pensei em nós dois. Foi a alma que morreu. Tudo escureceu, bem ao meio-dia. Foi no apogeu, quem diria que seria o fim de você e eu. Mas quando eu olho nos olhos, é tudo bem diferente. A boca fala, mas o coração não mente. O amor é uma teoria explicada por gente. Não gente sente se foi uma ilusão, porque some o chão. Foi sonho que morreu. Se o que acabou nunca existiu, de onde vem
First pitch in to
a dor?
Ketel Marte is in their first strike as we begin the top half of the sixth inning, tied at 0. Game's moving right along here as the 0-1 pitch is also in their first strike. We'll have another trivia question coming up here in the 8th inning. But we have 3, 4, and 5. This one's hit foul, so it's 0-2. There are 3, 4, and 5 due up in Arizona. Mike Clevinger back out there for another hit. 0-2, Marte here in today's game. Flew out and popped out. The game's moving right along. We'll get to the out-of-town scoreboard here in just a moment. Here's the 0-2. It's inside, almost hitting Marte. And turn away. It's a 1-2. We did a trivia question with for the Padres here in just this previous inning. Now we'll do a trivia question in the 8th inning with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Ketel struck out looking for out number 1. Out of town scoreboard here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. A lot of games are accomplished already in today, so we'll go over a couple of them that's already been nailed and set. Taking over in Toronto, the only game that's playing outside the country right now. Toronto Blue Jays beat the Kansas City Royals 4-2, and couldn't help. A lot of that had to do with the complexity of a lot of Kansas City Royal players not playing because they didn't get vaccinated. So, and that's the rule. If you don't get vaccinated, you don't head over to. You can't go to Canada to play the Blue Jay games. It looks like the Diamondbacks managers talking with the home plate umpire, trying to get some clarification and some understandings there. As Walker, if you're ready to go. Maybe some light fixtures or no idea. They're getting ready to go here with one away. We'll talk about the out-of-town scoreboard now while this game completes up. Other games finale'd here already as well. Washington beat the Atlanta Braves 7-3. The Yankees clobbered the Red Sox 13-2. You think about a team who got swept by the Cincinnati Reds this past week as the first pitch into Christian Walker was outside for a ball, 1-0. Baltimore Orioles dropped their game to the Tampa Bay Rays 7-5. The Phillies shut out the Marlins 4-0. Astros beat the lost to the A's 4-3. Here's the pitch outside. It's 2-0. The White Sox shut out a enormous 11-0 victory over the Minnesota Twins. The Mets lost to the Cubs 3-2, which the Padres are going to be facing the Mets in New York when they come back from break. This is popped up in the infield. Hosmer's rushing in. They'll make a grab for out number 2. Seattle Mariners beat the Rangers 6-2. Another hot streak their Mariners are going on. They're 51-42. Who would have thought of that in the first half of the season? A couple games were postponed and will be make up later on in the season. The Reds will be in the Cardinals, as the Reds were trying to avoid a sweep, and the Guardians and the Tigers as well. Here's our first pitch to David Peralta. A swing strike off of an 86-mile changeup. 2 away here in the 5th inning. Second pitch. This is hit. Long fly ball out to right field. Going back to the warning track is Mazzara, and that is out of here. Solo home run for David Peralta gives the Reds a 1-0 lead here in the 6th inning. Now, this was a 88-mile cutter. Hanging a little too far over the plate. He just took it, and it went about 12 rows back. And give David Peralta his 12th of the season. And it's 1-0 Arizona as the first pitch to Varsho is in there, called strike. The 0-1's popped up. Nola's looking under it. Clevinger's there, and Nola will make the grab in foul territory. David Peralta hits a solo home run. The Diamondbacks lead 1-0 here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Wake up 2 p.m. I don't know where we are. Looks like a cheap motel with our clothes on the floor. I don't know how we ended up here. And we've been flying high. Are we going too far? I got no cash left and I'm losing my job over you. But I don't care about that. But I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling on to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn me down. But I don't care about it, 'cause I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. I've been chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist. When I look in your eyes, I don't know what is real. All I know is that I could go anywhere, as long as you're with me. Oh, I'm drunk and I know it, but I got you close.
Albert Pujols enters in his 5th home run derby when he ties. You talk about the among of elites of King Griffey Jr., Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Prince Fielder, Barry Bonds, and David Ortiz. With 684 home runs to his name, the 5th most of all time, Pujols may just take the young slugger to school in Los Angeles. As Pujols approaches the final year of his career, one last time in L.A., former Dodgers and Angels. Pujols seated number 8 in tomorrow night's All-Star game. First pitch to Cronenworth. Shot fell on the first base side. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. It is 1-0 Arizona. Action, Mackenzie Gore trying to work up in the bullpen here. As Clevinger, we'll get to his numbers a little later on. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Cronenworth. A swing hack, shallow right. Second, Alcantara will get to it for out number 1. Manny Machado, 0 for 2 in today's game. As we're in the bottom of the 6th inning and take a look around some games that are still going on right now. The Giants and the Brewers, the game that we were supposed to call. As the first pitch to Machado, a swing and a miss. And here's a quick 0-1, check swings, and the first base umpire says no go. This 1-1 to count to Machado. He's 0 for 2. As we were going to call the Milwaukee Brewers and San Francisco Giants game, they're in the top of the 7th. It's 9-1. A swing and a miss for the Machado. The count goes 1-2. And we're then also the Pirates over in Colorado, as the Pirates lead 5-3 over the Rockies. The 1-2 pitch from Kelly, and that's on the corner, not getting. It's 2-2. And this one here is chopped up foul. Count remains 2-2 to Machado. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 1-0 Arizona. Taking a look at the home run derby here with one away. Here's the 2-2 to Machado down to the dirt and gets away from Herrera. Taking a look at the elective starters for Tuesday night's game for the American League. Alejandro Kirk, Vladimir Gutierrez Jr., Jose Altuve, Rafael Devers, Tim Anderson, Aaron Judge, Mike Trout, Giancarlo Stanton, and Shohei Ohtani. Miguel Cabrera was the American League legacy selection. That was made essentially. This 2-2, 3-2 pitch is chop foul. Or he played 3-2. Take a look at the reserves here in the moment on a payoff pitch to Machado. This one is a swing and a fly ball. Just shallow center field coming in as Thomas, and he'll make the grab for out number 2. Taking a look at the reserves for the American League. Jose Trevino will do the catching for New York. Luis Ariz in Minnesota. Ty France will be selected for Seattle. Andres Jimenez will start from because Altuve is on the sideline. And then Santiago Espinal, Jose Ramirez, Alexander Bogarts, Corey Seager, Byron Buxton, Kyle Tucker, Jorge Springer, Andrew Benintendi, Julio Rodriguez, Yordan Alvarez, and JT Martinez. Nomar Mazara here with 2 away. And the first pitch swing and a miss. The starting pitchers for the American League: Shane McClanahan, Justin Verlander, Alec Manoa, Nestor Cortez, Garrett Cole, Shohei Ohtani, Paul Blackburn, Martin Perez, and Framber Valdez. As calls time, it's 1-0-1 to Mazara. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Clay Holmes, Emmanuel Clays, Jorge Lopez, Gregory Soto, Liam Hendricks, and Jordan Romano for the American League, and that will resign their roster. Here's a pitch, line right to third base, over to Jose Rojas. Well, he'll make the grab and throw over to first. All right, when we get to the top of the seventh inning, we'll get to you also the National League All Star, and also take a look around the standings and everything else you need to know. Arizona Diamondbacks lead the Padres 1-0 here on the TNC Sports Talk. Military Sunday here at Petco Park. It's 1-0 Arizona in the top half of the seventh inning. And Mackenzie Gore has been pitching pretty well. He went through 6 innings, only giving up 1 run with 4 hits. He's walked 2 and struck out 8. Wouldn't be considered a bit bad of an inning with 3.5 ERA. Mackenzie Gore will get the nod out of the bullpen here. 23-year-old left-hander, first pitch in to Alcantara, who is now switch hitter, batting from on the other opposite side. He takes him for ball 1. So far this season, Mackenzie Gore is 4 for 4, 4.08 ERA in 14 games. His 68.1 ERA with 70 strikeouts. The 2-0 pitch is down low for a ball 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way to Alcantara, and that's also down to the dirt. So the first 3 pitches coming out from Mackenzie Gore is 3-0. He's working on all 14 fastballs. It looks like he's trying to stay down and away from Alcantara, who has had a single and a flyout in today's game. Maybe 7, 8, 9 spot due up, and the next pitch is down low for a ball. Alcantara gets on base to begin off the 7th with a 4-pitch walk. Geraldo Perdomo due up. He's 0 for 1. He's walked back in the 5th inning. Runner on first in the 1-0 ball game. Here's the pitch. It's doused down to the dirt. Austin Nola going out to take a look and talk with his catcher. They're charging this one as a mound visit. His last pitch was from relief, was back in May 17th. He went 3 innings, giving up 3 hits and 4 strikeouts. Mackenzie Gore's back in there. It's 1-0 the count to Perdomo. Alcantara is on at first. Here's the pitch. And that's in there, called strike. Nice crowd coming out of everything. Well, while we're looking at things, we're time to take a look at the out-of-town standings. We obviously look at the National League West, which is the game that we're calling in today. The Dodgers lead comfortably in first, 60 wins. Here shows bunt down the third base side. A hand for Machado, but it rolls foul. Nice thought process for Machado. Perdomo will have to go back. It'll be 1-2. That ball was running on the third base side. You were with Perdomo's speed. Machado was like, I'm just not going to get to it. He knew it, and luckily the ball went foul. It would have been a different situation if the ball was fair. There's no one back there. If the ball was fair, you would have saw Alcantara take his way to third. But nonetheless, it's 1-2 the count to Perdomo. Alcantara's back at first. This is why Manny Machado is an all-star. The Dodgers lead 60 wins, followed by 9.5 games back the San Diego Padres with 52-41. You got the San Francisco Giants at 47-43. Here's the pitch. Chuck swings down to the dirt. It's called that he went around, so he's out. Perdomo didn't like the call, talking with the home plate umpire, but there's one away. Colorado Rockies is in fourth place with 43-49, and 39-52 as the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're 21.5 games out of first place in the NL West. Take a look at this division. Looking over to the Central mark, Milwaukee and St. Louis are going to head into the All-Star break, both with 50 wins. Well, unless Milwaukee could come back and beat the San Francisco Giants after being down. St. Louis going to play today. The Cardinals and Reds were postponed. But it's been in Milwaukee and St. Louis the entire race in this first half of the season. Pittsburgh's 38-54. The Cubs are 35-57. 15 games back in the NL West. A little shocking to see Chicago struggling that much. One of the teams I said needed a break are the Reds, 34-57. Hey, but when you're as good as you are with hanging in there with the Cubs and the Pirates, and they're above you, that's saying something. First pitch on the way to Herrera, or to Carson Kelly as the pitch hitter. It's called strike. It's 0-1. Carson Kelly will be doing the catch in the rest of the game. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's down to the dirt. It's ball 1-1. A runner on first, one away here in the top of the seventh inning. Arizona lead 1-0. From a solo home run from David Peralta. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's also down to the dirt. It's 2-1. Here's the pitch, and a swing and a miss. It goes 2-2. Continuing with the standings as we speak, we have the New York Mets and the leading up in the NL East. They're at 58 wins. 2.5 games behind is the Atlanta Braves. 8.5 in the struggle is the Philadelphia Phillies. This is lined to left field. Is going to get down in front of Profar. A rapid fired to second for Cronenworth, and with one away, 2 men are on. Now, if that was a nice base hit from Carson Kelly inside, pulling it through, following it through. Profar having to head over to the right just a little bit towards the foul territory side. And a nice rapid fire from Jerks and Profar to keep everyone in where they're going. The problem is with the outfielder right now. Okay, with Profar in left, with Grisham in center, and with Mazzara in right. Sometimes they are really quick, and they try to be quick to get the ball back in the infield. But the problem is that is causing the Padres to have a lot of sloppiness getting the ball back in the infield. Jose Rojas, 1 for 2, a single and a walk. Top of the lineup here in the top of the 7th inning. Mackenzie Gore trying to get out of a jam. 1 out. First pitch on the way, down low. It's a 1-0 to Rojas. 2 men on. 1-0 ball game. Arizona leads. Padres once again trying to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks and go into this break on a good note. As the Arizona Diamondbacks just trying to find anything to stay alive as a 1-0 pitch outside. It's 2-0. You look at the East, you got the 43 Miami Marlins that are 15 games back in the East, and then the Washington Nationals who sit at 31 wins. So far, you look at maybe the Central and the East are really struggling, but you're seeing the definite separation that you need to have. As the 2-0 pitch got in the way again, it's another 3-0 count. You wonder with 16 pitches, is there anything for Mackenzie Gore to get out? I mean, even a double play would be suitable. Mackenzie Gore. Here's a 3-0 pitch down and away. All 4 pitches down and away from 4-seam fastballs. So, Josh Rojas gets himself on a base with another walk. We'll see what Bob Melvin and Ruben Nabla wants to do. I think if you don't have to go too deep into your bullpen, then I think that's questionable. Here comes Bob Melvin. It looks like the pitching change is going to be for the San Diego Padres. We'll check out as Alex Tomas is set to come up to the plate. Well, Mackenzie Gore will be done for the day after pitching only a third of an inning, letting the bases loaded. He will be responsible for all 3 men. We are in the 7th inning in a 1-0 ball game here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Wake up 2 p.m. I don't know where we are. Looks like a cheap motel with our clothes on the floor. I don't know how we ended up here. And we've been flying high. Are we going too far? I got no cash left and I'm losing my job over you. But I don't care about that. But I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling up to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn me down. But I don't care about it, 'cause I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. I've been chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist. When I look in your eyes, I don't know what is real. All I know is that I could go anywhere, as long as you're with me.
Alrighty. Pitching change here for the Padres with bases loaded in the top half of the 7th inning. Arizona lead 1-0. The Padres, and talking about some things that are also going on later on, because of the CBA lockdown, they kind of adjusted a lot of things that went around in the baseball world. Talk about some some of the things that are going on today, involvement into the All-Star week, which is kind of really started last weekend, over this past weekend. The MLB draft is taking place today in about 30 minutes, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you guys are looking to catch into that, well, we got bases loaded here in the top of the 7th inning. Jordan Luplow is now up at bat, replacing Alex Thomas, and he takes first pitch, is outside for a ball. Steven Wilson is doing the pitching. He is a 27-year-old right-hander, drafted from the Padres in the 8th overall round in 2018. He's 4-1, 3.62 ERA. He's swinging a miss, swinging a foul ball to Luplow for 1-1. He's pitched 27 innings so far this year and 29 strikeouts. The 1-1 pitch. And it's down to the dirt. Nice block by Nola. So 2-1. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Swing and a miss at a ball down low. It is 2-2 now to count to Luplow. And talk about Luplow here. He's batting 182. This one's also down in the dirt. Now Luplow's worked himself into a full count. Payoff pitch coming to Luplow. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks lead. Top of the 7th inning. Military Sunday. One away here with bases loaded. Wilson pitches, swings, popped it up, just foul. We're talking about the standings so far and what the race looks like here and there. Take a look over into the American League side on the West Coast. You look like the Houston Astros are running away with it, sitting at 59 wins, but Seattle's made it a very incredible win. The Mariners win today against the Texas Rangers. Put them at 14 consecutive games as they have a 14-game win streak, sitting 10 games above the Texas Rangers in the division. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and it's down in the dirt for ball 4. Alcantara comes in to score, and with one away, here comes Ketel Marte. So a walk drives in the run. Wilson comes in, pitches to a full count, walks the batter. Here comes Marte coming up to the plate here. With bases loaded and one away, it's 2-0 Diamondbacks here in the top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch down in the dirt next to the ankles. It's 1-0. Take a look at the American League Central. Minnesota Twins are at 50 wins. Comfortable lead, 2-game lead heading into the break above Cleveland Guardians. Here's the 1-0 down in the dirt. You know, watching these Mackenzie Gore and Steven Wilson coming out of the bullpen, what you're seeing is they're trying to pitch down and away. As Ruben Niebla comes out to talk with Wilson and trying to get their head on the swivel here. Figure out what's going on. And all these pitchers are really down low, which is nice because you're not leaving anything over the plate, but they're getting really far away. It's like They're not wanting to hit their mark. As we work on that, Chicago White Sox are 46-46. They come into the break with playing 500 baseball, 3 games out of first place. Detroit Tigers and Kansas City Royals are shortly after them. And then when it comes down here to the NL East, one of the best teams in baseball, New York Yankees, which is surprising because they won the last 2. They beat the series over the Red Sox. Also on Friday, they lost 3 games. They got swept by the Cincinnati Reds, which was still astonishing to me. Tampa Bay Rays come in 13 games back, sitting at 51. Then the Blue Jays and the Red Sox and the Orioles, who just got off of a incredible 11-12 game win streak. Here's a hit pitch, fly ball out to right field here, caught by Mazzara, and testing it was going to be Carson Kelly, but stumbling over his step at third, he stays back at third. So with 2 away, runners are still on bases loaded, and probably an out that this ball club needs. You think about just getting out of the inning and getting down to the dugout with only down by 2 isn't a terrible scenario. And I know we're only still in July, but this is kind of around the time where you start paying attention if you are a fan, especially some of these teams and scenarios. All right, let's pay attention to the to the playoffs. Here's the first pitch to Christian Walker. Is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. Well, in the American League, you got the Yankees, right, and in the East, and they have the best record in baseball right now. And then you got the Houston White Sox and the Minnesota Twins. They're leading their division respectfully. So it goes down to the wild card. Now there's an additional team added on to this wild card as the 0-1 pitch is down in the dirt. 1-1. Tampa Bay leaves with a game and a half above everyone else. And so far, it's been a close race. Seattle is 51-42. They're a game up. And that 14-game win streak, they're going into this break. And this is why I mentioned to you guys the hot streaks. Do you really want the hot streaks to, going into this break? It could cool off, and how the, Mariners have been playing. It's just been incredible. The 1-2 is caught on the corner. Walker doesn't like the call. And I would be given, this is a pitch that's been given to the Padres in this game. And Walker, I would agree with Walker. It would have had the ball on the outside. Come on. But now it's 1-2 to Christian Walker. Toronto Blue Jays holds the last spot with 50 wins. Boston Red Sox 2 games out of the wild card, followed by the Indians, the Guardians, and the Orioles, which 2 to 3.5 games. The White Sox are 3.5 games out of the wild card. Here's the 1-2 pitches on the outside, down in the dirt. It's 2-2 the count to Walker. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 2-0 Arizona lead with bases loaded. So just looking at the top 3.5, you have a solid 4 teams down low. Here's the 2-2 pitch. It's also down low. Payoff pitch coming up next. And Shell Walker get on base. David Peralta, who hit a solo home run last inning, will be up. This is, you really want an outing to, hey, let's end it here. Let's get this final out to get the Padres back in the dugout. And the payoff pitch to Christian Walker, outside ball 4. So they'll bring in another runner as Kelly scores. And it's now 3-0, and it looks like Bob Melvin's going to go for another pitching change. As we wait to find out here, and they are. It's 3-0 Diamondbacks here on the top of the 7th inning. You guys are listening to the Sunday afternoon baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Tune in weekday mornings as the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel presents you the throw-in with Justin from 7 to 9 a.m. weekday mornings, Monday through Friday, breaking down all the sports and all the news that you need to know locally and nationally. The throw-in with Justin on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Adrian Moreholland is going to get the nod here at age 23. He's 1-0 with a 4.76 ERA, asking to get the last out of the seventh inning. The first pitch to David Peralta is a swing and a miss, striking number 1. Padres going through 2 pitchers in this inning as they trail this one 3-0. We got Rojas on at third, Luplo at second, and Walker, who just walked in a run, he'll be at first as the pitch to Peralta, 0-1. It's down low, called for a strike. It's 0-2. Peralta 1 for 3, home run, batting .354 with 3 grand slams with bases loaded. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and that will get him going. A long top of the 7th inning. 2 runs come around to score off of some serious walks, but the Padres managed to scramble out with very little bit damage as the Diamondbacks lead 3-0 here at Petco Park. 7th inning stretch on a military Sunday, and unfortunately, they don't have the troops up there right now, but as they sing God Bless America in the 7th inning stretch, we'll take a break here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Wake up 2 p.m. I don't know where we are. Looks like a cheap motel with our clothes on the floor. I don't know how we ended up here. And we've been flying high. Are we going too far? I got no cash left and I'm losing my job over you. But I don't care about that. But I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window, try to cling up to it. You got me holding on to something I know I can't burn me down, but I don't care about it, 'cause I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. I've been chasing you like the tail of a dog. I don't get no sleep when we kiss in the dark like we do. I just love the way it feels. Yeah, I know it's bad, but I can't resist. When I look in your eyes, I don't know what is real. All I know is that I could go anywhere, as long as you're with me. Oh, I'm drunk and I know it, but I got you close and kinda hoping that one day we'll get the rhythm of it. Yeah, 'cause no one knows if we're just jumping out the window.
Today's presentation of Sunday afternoon baseball between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres is given to you thanks to StreamYard. Create your podcast, YouTube videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct interviews all through StreamYard.com. We are in the top bottom half of the seventh inning here in Petco Park, where the Padres are trailing the Arizona Diamondbacks 3-0. Merrill Kelly is back out there again in the seventh inning, sitting at 94 pitches, as the first pitch to Luke Voigt is a foul, 89-mile cutter, 0-1. It is 5, 6, and 7 due up in the bottom half of the seventh inning. On a military Sunday, as the pitch swings and misses, it's 0-2. We'll take a look around the divisional leaders and everything that's going on at the break point, especially in the wild card. LA obviously leads the National League standings with the best record in the National League. Here's the pitch foul back. It's 1-2 to Luke Voigt. The New York Mets is following right by them out of the East with 58 and 35, and then Milwaukee Brewers at 50 wins in the Central. The wild card looks currently with the Atlanta Braves and the San Diego Padres. Most Padres are at 2.5 games above the Philadelphia Phillies, sitting comfortably in second. And it's a 1-2 pitch, swing, fly ball out to left field. That's going up and into the second deck of the Toyota Terrace, the Western Metal Supply Company building, and a solo home run puts the Padres on board. 12th home run on the season. For a moment, I didn't know. I knew this was going to get into the second deck of something, whether that was going to be just right underneath the scoreboard, but Voigt had all of it, and you knew it right when it left the bat. Voigt knew it, Merrill knew it, and that went to the second deck of the Western Metal Supply Company building. So that will do it for Kelly today, as the Padres get themselves on board 3-1. We'll take a break as a pitching change is a Burt right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, let's take a look at our weather forecast today.
Today's forecast, a lot of sunshine, blue skies, marine clouds. Just the perfect day to go outside and relax. That's your forecast. We'll be right back.
Yeah, sunny days, sunny days, sunny days. No clouds in the sky, about to get away. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me, cause I'm gonna be on break. Sunny day, make way. All the stress and doubt, yeah, not today. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me, cause I'm gonna be on break. Got the Tropicana, fresh cut sushi on a platter. Brandy, honey, it don't matter shots. Till I trap, gonna be 24/7, golden hour like a boss. And they say, yo, guess you got a 2 o'clock appointment for a champagne shot roll, yeah. I'm busy trying to take it higher. Got no time for never, only spending cheddar. Wish I could do this forever. Chilling with the hottest company. They all wanna welcome me to their private penthouse suite. Yeah, now I got the key. Rooftop pool, got a heli on speed. Ocean view from the highest peak. I'm complete. Oh, I want this to stay. Please don't go away. Yeah, sunny days, sunny days, sunny days. No clouds in the sky, about to get away. Feels like it's been a freaking decade. Sorry, don't call me, cause I'm gonna be on break. Sunny day, make way. All the stress and doubt, yeah, not today. Feels like it's been a freaking
3-1 Arizona lead. Luke Voigt hit a solo home run. Pitching change here given to you, Joe Mantiply. I apologize if I butchered that last name. Talk about a pitcher who is going to the All-Star game. This is the Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher that's going to this year's All-Star game. As the first pitch to Hosmer is going to be right back up to first base to Christian Walker and one away. He has the attacker himself. 31 right-hander was drafted back in 2013 by the Detroit Tigers in the 27th round. 38 games, 2.27 ERA in 35 innings. As the Diamondbacks try to hold on to a comfortable 3-1 lead now. Going 2 in the top half of this inning. First pitch outside, Terrell Sonola, ball 1. Take a look at the wild card here in the National League. Padres 51-41, 52-41, 2.5 games above the Philadelphia as a whole, who holds that equal line as the 1-0 pitch is in there called strike 101. Philadelphia is currently holding that third spot in the wild card, but then St. Louis is right behind them at 50-44. They're even in the games behind, swinging the foul back to the fence. San Francisco is a game behind, and then you look at Miami, who's 5.5 games, and then Colorado 6.5 games. Arizona only 10 games out. And you look at a team, I was complexing over the season and the records. I mean, we just recently seen the Cincinnati Reds, who had a pretty nice hot streak going on, as the 1-2 pitch is outside. It's 2-2. Reds beat the Tampa Bay Rays, and then they sweep the Rays. Well, they beat the Rays and they swept the Yankees, which is something that they swept the Rays, and then they beat 2 out of 3 against the Yankees, which was still very, very well impressive. Here's the 2-2 pitches down to the dirt for ball 3. Nola worked himself for a full count. 1-2 is his record so far. Gresham up on deck. He'll be the next batter. Here's the pitch. Is in there called strike looking. 2 quick outs here in the 7th after a pitching change for Trent Grisham. And I would actually scratch that because Esther Ruiz will be pitch hitting to do the right-hand matchup. Left-hand right-hander matchup. Grisham 0 for 2. He'll be done for the day. It's Drew Ruiz will be pitch hitting. He's 278, 2 RBIs. Like to get on base with 2 outs and make a little bit of magic happening in the bottom lineup. Here's the first pitch swinging right back to shortstop, handling it by Perdomo, and throws it over to first to make the grab. Luke Vogt hit a solo dynamite blast to left field. Arizona's out front 3-1 as we head into the 8th inning on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Quando o sol se pôs, pensei em nós dois. Foi a alma que morreu. Tudo escureceu, bem ao meio-dia. Foi no apogeu, quem diria que seria o fim de você e eu. Mas quando eu olho nos olhos, é tudo bem diferente. A boca fala, mas o coração não mente. O amor é uma teoria se foi uma ilusão, porque some o chão, foi sonho que.
Top of the eighth inning here at Petco Park. Arizona leads 3-1 over the Padres. Taking a look at the line score so far, the Diamondbacks lead with 3 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. The Padres scored there in the bottom half of the 7th with 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. While we still have Adrian Morejon back on the mound as Versho has been moved from right to left center field as Luplo is playing right. The first pitch in is outside, called for a ball. 1-0 to Versho, who's 0 for 3 on today. Here's the next pitch. It's inside for a call for a ball. The Padres and the Diamondbacks are the only games that are left right now playing. The Rockies lost to the Pirates 8-3 final score, and then the Giants beat the Brewers 9-5. As the 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss to Varsho. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, it's up high on the corner, called for a strike from the home plate umpire. It's 2-2 now to Varsho. Morejon back out there, only 7 pitches so far. Trying to work as for the 8th inning. Here's the 2-2, short bunt, fouled, and that's going to get him an out. And 1 away. It's interesting that Varsho would show bunt to the left field side. I don't know what he was looking to do. Maybe try to get one down, but there's no one down there on the third base line. I think he kind of rushed it, and his bat was really facing the third base dugout, and I think that's what caused it. Smart decision, because Machado was playing close to nearly just the left side of second as the first pitch on the way to Alcantara is up high for a ball, 1-0. He's 1 for 2, single and a walk and a run today. No outs, 1 out, nobody on. But top of the 8th inning, hit right to Machado, bobbles it, and no throw. I believe this will go down as a base hit, or actually an E5. This will actually go down as a base hit. Fielder error. So E5 for Machado. And the only thing I can say is that at least he kept the ball in front of him, but I think he tried to obviously make the play before he made the catch, and that's why we have Alcantara safe on first. Perdomo takes the first pitch swinging. Take a look at the Arizona Diamondbacks as they get the 4-day off schedule here. And it's probably well needed. They'll be home to the Nationals in a 3-game series. They'll back go to first. And they're home to the Giants, and they play the Giants a lot. 3 series, all within a month. Before they head over to Atlanta and face the Braves. Here's the 0-1 count to Perdomo. Here's a fly ball out to center field. Coming over is Gresham, and getting under it, he'll make the grab for out number 2. Back in the 4th inning, we given you a trivia question from the San Diego Padres. Now it's time to do the same thing for the Arizona Diamondbacks. What is the most D-backs players to appear in a single game? Is it A, 20, B, 30, C, 25, or D, 35? Once again, what is the most D-back players to appear in a single game? Is that A, 20, B, 30, C, 25, or D, 35? We'll let you know at the bottom half of the inning. Here's the first pitch to Kelly. This is a fly popped up on the infield. Hosmer will call everyone off and make the grab. Runner left on first here as the Arizona Diamondbacks lead 3-1. You're listening to Sunday Baseball here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been
Kayla Smith is getting the nod for the mound for the Diamondbacks as they head into the bullpen again. And a 3-1 lead here. Kayla Smith comes up as Han-Sung Kim comes up to do the bat. He's Caleb Smith, 30-year-old right-hander, or left-hander. 2013 draft from the Yankees, 14th overall round. 4.81 ERA in 27 games, 43 games pitched with 42 strikeouts. As it looks like we have, as we hit to the bottom of the lineup, and Abrams, Ha-Sung Kim is being asked to get something going. Abrams will be done. He's 1 for 2. As the first pitch is up high for a ball, 1-0. We have the 9-1 and 2 due up here, and the Padres lineup as 3-1 Arizona lead in the bottom half of the 8th inning. And we took a look at the Padres' upcoming schedule. It's a heavy swing and a miss. It's 1-1 for Kim. And we look at the Padres' upcoming schedule that they have going for them. And they will kick things off against the Mets in New York, and then they'll go over to Detroit. How often do they go over to the Motor City? Then they'll come home to face the Twins to end off the rest of the month. Here's the 1-1 pitch. This one's down to the dirt. It's 2-1 to Kim. Diamondbacks trying to avoid a sweep here. Star Wars weekend, if you think about that. Padres win 5-3 back on Friday, 4-3 back on Saturday. Another swing and a miss, and the count's tied 2-2. Nobody out, nobody on. Top of bottom of the 8th inning, 3-1 Arizona leads. Home run derby tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And then the All-Star game at 8 p.m. Kim gets back up to the plate. Caleb sets. It's a 2-2 count. Here's the windup and delivery. And this one's hit, just fouled against, and alive. The Padres are going to have their work cut out on the road, facing the first place New York Mets coming out, as well as playing the Tigers. When's the last time you saw the Padres in Detroit? Here's the 2-2. This one's popped up. Foul is Herrera. Is Kelly able to get to it? No. We'll get you more of all that good stuff at the end of this game and who's looking to be the first hitter, first pitcher back on. I don't know if it's been announced who's pitching on Friday against the Mets. Here's another one fouled back. You have the MLB tracker. Baltimore Orioles is on the clock. As we just briefly look into everything that's going around. World as the NFL draft. Just think about this. You're a manager having to make draft picks during the season. It's kind of hard to even envision that. This one's popped up. It's going to be foul territory for Christian Walker over there at first, and he'll make the grab one away. Tomorrow morning, starting at 7 a.m., you guys can tune into the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel, and we'll check out the throw-in with Justin and myself. We will bring into you live coverage of what's going on. We'll take a look a little bit at the MLB draft, what the Reds have to pick. The Reds did not play today against the St. Louis Cardinals. So what do they need to do heading into the postseason, heading into the trade deadline, as well as the All-Star? Here's the first pitch swinging from Profar. Fly ball out to left center field. Going over is Peralta. And he'll make the grab. Foul number 2. We'll talk about WWE Monday Night Raw moving to PG-14 here in a couple weeks, as well as we get you guys ready for SummerSlam coming up at the end of the month. That's all comes your way 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Man, I tell you, I'm excited to be back at it again. Hopefully you guys are too. 2 away here for Jake Cronenworth. First pitch is in there for a strike. We had a trivia question back at the top of the 8th inning for the Arizona Diamondbacks. What is the most D-backs players to appear in a single game? Was it 20? A, 20. B, 30. C, 25. And D, 35. As the pitch is swinging a foul. Still 1-2 the count to Cronenworth. And the correct answer, which I thought, in my mind, 25, because normally you always have 25 players on the roster, but no, it was actually B, 30. As the 0-2 pitch is down in the dirt, it's 1-2. September 24, 2019, 1 day after being eliminated from the postseason contention, the team made history with a 3-2 win over the St. Louis Cardinals in the last 19 innings. That lasted like 19 innings. The 1-2 to Cronenworth fouled back. It was a 5-hour and 46-minute game and featured an appearance by a franchise record with 30 Diamondbacks players. You didn't know anything about that. So it was a couple years ago, but 30 players from the Diamondbacks facility. So we're going to miss by Cronenworth, and that will set down the side. 1, 2, 3. Go the 9th. It is 3-1 Arizona here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Yeah. Wait. Just wait. They claim they want beef beef like I ain't in a teed up. I turn them to vegan. I'm really a creature. She sent me the beacon. I beat it and flee it. They talk like these niggas won't beat me. They can't. I'm somewhere tucked off. I'm laid in the shade and I'm counting mine. Still ain't made it. I'm jaded. My latest, my greatest. I ain't ever caving. They see me. I'm him. I'm a gym in the soil. It's about the time. I've been after mine. I'm one with the culture. They more like a gimmick. I'm pushing the needle. I'm leaving the key in. It's running on meter. I want me a boy and I need him to see me. Yeah, I know it's my season. My family the reason I be who I'm being. Solid. Lately I pushing the needle forward to the people that knew me and traded sides. I'm up now, don't hit me to make it right. I'm at it, dole up and taking mines. Get scared of the heights that I'm reaching for. Don't even know what you're reaching towards. Don't even know what you're reaching for. I really went from wearing rags on me to his racks on me. First class, they ain't got a pat on me. Let the chain dangle, bitch, I'm raiding the mainframe. Turn my pain into paint on the canvas. I've been a head case. Ben Frank only right, I get Ben Franklin. Burn 2 ends of the candle. Want be the first one, get rich in my family. They don't understand me. I used to be nice guy. To the words on me, cold now my guard up, I'm far. Don't trust nobody. Now she never did want me, she talking real naughty. Nah, I ain't sorry, been slept on they groggy. I'm really bout it. I'm off the cloud and it's I'm real rowdy. I'm going off, had no chances. I do not answer to anybody. Amped up, put my stamp on the canvas. I'm ramped up. Me, my dog, just with tandem. I do this for life. They just post for the camera. They scrambling, they not me, they rambling. I want me a mansion. I know it's my season. I'm go to the stanza. I'm somewhere tucked off. I'm laid in the shade and I'm counting mine. Still ain't made it. I'm jaded. My latest, my greatest. Solid. Lately, I pushing the needle forward to the people that knew me and traded sides. I'm up now, don't hit me to make it right. I'm at it, dole up and taking mines. Get scared of the heights that I'm reaching for.
Top of the lineup here for Arizona, 1-2-3 due up as they have a comfortable lead, 3-1 in the top of the 9th inning for the Diamondbacks. First pitch on the way to Rojas. It's in there, called for a strike, 0-1. And Adrian Morejon, who has pitched 1 2/3 of an inning with 2 strikeouts, looking to go at it again. Only 15 pitches, 12 of those being strikes, then the 0-1 count. It's hit right to Hosmer at first. He'll take it and throw it over to Morejon, who's headed to first for out number 1. Be sure to listen to the post-game show right after the game. Get all the highlights, updates around the ward, the scores, the standings, and what you guys need to know heading into the All-Star break. As right after this game concludes here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Jordan Luplow, who's come to the bat for the second time. He's walked back in the 7th inning as he finds his way in there. And the first pitch is called for a strike, 0-1. 92-mile curveball. It's interesting that when you walk, you even get the RBI. As the 0-1 is in there for a called strike. Luplow has 0 for 1, a walk and an RBI on his record for today. No balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Luplow. Who stayed in the game? He's playing right field right now. Here's the 0-2. It's check swing, didn't go. Checked with the whole first base umpire, and it's 1-2. All-Star game this Tuesday night. Catch your favorites as they show off their showcase at the grandest stage of them all. Dodger Stadium. How long it's been since they played at Dodger Stadium, plus the new upgrades that the Dodgers have had. This is the 1-2 is down in the dirt. Inside on the legs is 2-2. Jordan had to kind of get out of the way. Mark Melancon, former Padres, has worked warming up in the bullpen, looking to get the last 3 outs and save this ball game, send the Diamondbacks into break, at least on a good note by winning this game, even though they lost the series, avoid being swept. The 2-2 pitch, and this one's fouled back to the net. It's 2-2. And I think you just want to be able to have everyone go out into this break as healthy as possible. Going into this All-Star break, you want your players at the All-Star. It's a rare occasion that someone gets injured during the All-Star game. Here's the 2-2, and it's just chopped foul. So we'll replay that again.
Bluetooth connected.
You just want the ability to have everyone, saved. Machado's contributed tremendously to the Padres' success that they've had. Here's the pitch, chopped foul, left base side. 8th pitch of the at bat on a partly cloudy day. As the 2-2 pitch and is skied out to right for Mazzara, just shy of the warning track to make the grab. Two away in the top of the 9th inning for Ketel Marte, a player who's always been giving the Padres trouble in the early going. Here's the first pitch, and that's going to be lined to Eric Hosmer, and that's going to get past Hosmer as he dives for that one. And with 2 outs on the board, Marte on first base. Well, that was just a nice ball that Marte kind of took it to the opposite side. Hosmer diving, just didn't get to it in time, went underneath him. Christian Walker up, he's 0 for 3, and it looks like they're going to go to the mound again and get a pitching change in. So with 2 outs and a runner on in the 9th inning, Diamondbacks lead 3-0. We'll go ahead to the mound on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Baby, I ain't buying no more dreams. So what you selling? My pockets got dry from the boat. But if you so for real, you could get wet. But not so much. Don't wanna drown a flame, keep that fire lit. Breathe life into it. Now we own my place, always stays true. I won't give my body to nobody new. Can you believe that we could be forever in heat? If you get me till we 6 feet under stress, or if it's all sweet, just hold me down deep. We won't burn out. Here with me, we could be always in heat. Always, 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 always. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Spark it up, baby. Don't never get tired of my loving. Show me devotion like a trusted.
Pitching change here for the Padres as they are trailing 3-1 in the 9th inning. We take a look at Nick Martinez coming on the mound to face Christian Walker as Ketel Marte is on at first base. Nick Martinez, 31-year-old right-hander coming out from Fordham College. He is the 2011 18th round pick in 2011 from the Texas Rangers. First pitch is up over the head of Walker, and his first pitch is 1-0. He is In 18 games, he's 3.63 ERA, 3 for 3, 3-3 record with 75 pitches and 66 walks. Adrian Morejon came in and got out after he pitched about 2 innings. Two-way here, and this one's hit right back to Martinez, and he'll run over before tossing it over to Hosmer to end the inning. All right, the last chance for the Padres as Melancon steps in is 3-1 Diamondbacks here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
You say you don't wanna get in trouble, that you don't find 'cause you got me. I don't wanna break your little bubble, but you gotta wake up to reality. 'Cause I can see in your eyes, your head is full of dreams. Tears aren't proof of failure, you just gotta let them flow without judge. There's many ways to be happy. You can do whatever you like. You don't have to be ready. You just gotta trust the right. Don't have to be scary. You just gotta follow the light. You're able to be happy. You can do whatever you like. You don't have to be ready. You don't have to be. I see you hesitating while you're waiting, like somebody's gonna give it to you. You gotta chase it, gotta believe it. You gotta go get it for yourself. 'Cause I can see in your eyes, your head is full of dreams. Tears aren't proof of failure, you just gotta let them flow without judge. There's many ways to be happy. You can do whatever you like. You don't have to be ready.
Mark Melancon's called to shut things out for the Arizona Diamondbacks as he steps in and gets ready to face the 3-4-5 hitters. 37-year-old right-hander coming over, former Padre. He's drafted out of the 2006 draft, round number 9 from the Yankees. He's saved 12 games in 35 games attempted. ERA is 5.28, 3-8, 3 wins, 8 losses, 21 strikeouts in 30-plus innings. Last outing was September 13th, where he lost after a third of an inning, giving up 3 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. Last 7 for Melancon, he's 1 for 2, 4.26 ERA, with 1 saved in 7 games. He's getting ready to face on Manny Machado. First coming out of New York. He's been with several teams since 2009. New York is 1, Houston, Boston, Pittsburgh for couple years. Then he went over to San Francisco in 17 and 18, Atlanta in 2020, 19-20, picked up with the Padres in 21, and then signed with the Diamondbacks when the Padres didn't sign him back. And now he's with the Arizona Diamondbacks trying to pick up a save here. He'll be facing Manny Machado as the first pitch is lobbed in there for a called strike. Manny Machado's 0 for 3, 304 batting average right now. Lance's plate replaces Caleb Smith. Box score for Caleb Smith here in a second. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Caleb Smith goes 1 inning, only striking out 1. His ERA goes down to 4.70. 3-1 Arizona leads top bottom of the 9th inning. Nobody out, nobody on. The 0-2 pitch. That's out there in the dirt. It's 1-2. Like I said, All-Star break, home run derby tomorrow night, followed by the All-Star game. Resume action set place on Friday for both teams. The Padres will be over in New York, and Arizona will be home to face the Nationals. The 1-2's down in the dirt. On the outside is 2-2. You guys can listen to the Sunday afternoon post-game show right here, right after the Padres and Diamondbacks conclude. Mark Melanson sets. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And it's chopped right over to second. Alcantara, and he'll make the grab throw to first and one away. So this is how the week goes here. There's no baseball scheduled for Monday, although there is that home run derby set into place. We got Tuesday, we got the All-Star game, American League versus the National League. That game will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No games on Wednesday. We got a couple games actually on Thursday. That'll be the first time baseball gets right back at it again. Kicking things off at 1:10 between the Rangers and the Mariners, and the Yankees and Astros will be facing a doubleheader on Thursday. One at 1:10 and one at 6:40. First pitch to Mazzara. It's down in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Rangers and Athletics will play a doubleheader game as well. The first game scheduled for 3:37 p.m., followed by game 2 later that afternoon. All the action will conclude on Thursday night between the Giants and the Dodgers. And that's at 10:09 Eastern Standard Time in LA. That will be available on ESPN. The 1-0 pitch is on the inside again, 2-0 to Mazzara. Mazzara is 0 for 3. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing up high. All four men in the right center field going after it. And Varsho from right field calls everyone off. We're about to have a train track collision. Well, you had Luplo over there, or you had Luplo over there, I believe. You had Varsho and center, Alcantara, Perdomo, and Luplo all rushing towards it. Luplo calls off everyone at the last second, almost running into all of them. As I mentioned earlier, when it comes down to the outfield, it is center fielder's job, and yes, that means Varsho, even though he was in right field to begin with, it's Varsho's job to call off anybody and everyone else if he was going to have someone else collecting it. First pitch in to Voit is outside for a ball, 1-0. And especially the fact that Perdomo, playing short as it is, making it all the way out to right field, needs to back off. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss outside of the shoes. 1-1 the count. Last out for the Padres here in the 9th inning, down by 2. And I think if you are the Padres, we'll get to that in a moment. Here's the check swing. We went for it, went around. It's 1-2 now. If you're the Padres, even if you lost, although you want to win and sweep the fact that you didn't go into Colorado as planned, you wanted to sweep the Diamondbacks. I think that was crucial. Still picking up the series victory puts you in a better position than you were 3 days ago. Because trust me, 3 days ago was much more difficult. This is a chop foul ball where we play it again, 1-2, 2 outs, nobody on. 3-1 Arizona lead here in the 9th inning. Voit had that solo home run in left field. Went to the second deck of the Western Metal Supply Company building. Here's the 1-2. That's down in the dirt, blocked by Carson Kelly. And it's 2-2. Eric Hosmer due up next if Voit could get on base. Melanson sets. Here's the pitch. And that's also down in the dirt, where he worked himself to a full count. think moving forward beyond this All-Star break, both teams looking heavily, especially the Padres, on what they can do for the All-Star, for the wild card matchup. You think the separation that the Padres have against the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I mean, you do have to start backtracking and saying that the San Francisco Giants are a team who is trying to creep up and take a position. You know, Philadelphia currently holds that third spot, but San Francisco is right behind them. And baseball will come around at the end of August and at the end of September really quickly. Here's the payoff pitch. Nothing but knuckles. This is a chop foul again. Good at bat. He's thrown one curveball, one cutter, and all of them knuckle curveball. All sitting around 83 pitches. Melanson trying to save this game for the Diamondbacks, keep them a 3-1 victory heading into this All-Star break. Voit, payoff pitch. Melanson sets, and here's the delivery. A swing and a miss. First strike 3. Well, the Padres come close from sweeping, just couldn't get nothing done. The only run they were able to muster out is a Luke Voit solo home run back in the 7th inning. The Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Padres. The final score 3-1. The postgame show coming up in here next. Don't go nowhere. You guys are listening to the Padres and Diamondbacks here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
It's crazy how things change. Yeah, I feel good when I'm with you, darling. So won't you stay? Yeah, I feel good when I'm with you, darling. I can't stay away. I can't help but feeling this is meant to be. Oh, I can't stay away. I just keep on moving till you're next to me. I feel good. You gotta get in my heart. It's always so bad. I feel good. 'Cause in my heart I know it's you that I've chosen. Yeah. I feel good. You gotta get in my heart. It's always so bad.
Well, I mean, this was a game where, it was mainly about pitching that came out of it, and not a lot of runs, but it was also about the amount of mistakes that you didn't make. And I think that was one of the biggest reasons on why the Arizona Diamondbacks beat the San Diego Padres today. You guys are listening to the Diamondbacks and Padres post-game show. That's about to come up here in a moment. And it was really about the pitching matchup here. Merrill Kelly went on the mound, hit, 6 innings, only giving up 6 hits. And that was the only hits that were allowed when it came down to the Diamondbacks, giving up that solo home run from Luke Voit. Mike Clevinger, 6 innings also, a decent outing, 4 hits, 1 run, got a little jammed in the sixth inning. If you look back at the score, I mean, what really got the Padres away was the fact they got out of a jam in the fifth inning, and that was a lucky catch. And you thought after the sixth inning, only giving up one run, a solo home run to David Peralta, that was be good. And then the bullpen got into the jam in the seventh inning. And from there, the Padres just wasn't able to look back. And if you're the Padres, you were hoping to come in, take away the series and take a sweep, especially after you went to Colorado in a series that you should have beat the Rockies, at least split them, if not beat the series. But the Padres aren't performing well. They never perform well at Coors Field. And they come in on Star Wars weekend. They beat the Diamondbacks at Friday. They beat them on Saturday. And now the Padres are heading into this weekend in a very nice, comfortable spot. Although they lost, although the Padres lost in their game today, they get a rest, and they need a rest. All right, they need to reestablish the starting pitchers, the Manaea, Blake Snell, Clevinger, Darvish, Musgrove. All of them come in, relax for the next couple of days. Hopefully we'll be seeing Tatis coming back in that lineup. But it was a very tough battle between the Diamondbacks and the Padres, and the same thing goes for the Diamondback. Listen, they have one or two key components that helped them, but it was enough said. So the Padres pick up a loss today, and the Diamondbacks beat the Padres, avoiding a 3-game sweep. The Diamondbacks put 3 runs on 6 hits and no errors, and the Padres hit 1 run off of 6 hits and 2 errors. Today's final score, it was a pitch at 1:10 this afternoon, coming just about 72 degrees, partly cloudy, coming from Petco Park. We'll get to the attendance and all here in our post-game show coming up here. Next time the Padres are going to be competing will be on Thursday, or on Friday. They will be at Citi Field to face the New York Mets, the first place New York Mets. Let me bring you that. In that case, the Arizona Diamondbacks will be headed home to face the Washington Nationals on Friday as well. All-Star game coming up. A lot of things going on. We'll get you to the All-Star game preview, as well as what's looking ahead for both teams, and a final wrap and around the league here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Tell him no, 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 no. Tell him no, 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 no. You've been trying to cater to all the needs. You've been feeling guilty for so long. Baby, they're not friends, they are enemies. Don't you tell them yes, tell them get lost. Cause every time you go and ask for help, they say sorry, but I'm busy. So you end up doing it yourself. Ooh, hold up, baby, don't take it. In a friendship, if they just fake it, you don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. They don't have respect for your boundaries. Girl, you hit too close to the edge now. Only thing they got is toxicity. Think you need a cleanse, till it out. You got their backs, but they ain't got yours. You've done enough, but they still want more. You've been a good friend down to the core. Oh, oh, oh. Hold up, baby, don't take it. In a friendship, if they just fake it, you don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Girl, it's time you put yourself first. Go and get the love you deserve. Stop by screaming like the world. No, 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 no. Don't let anyone.
Today's telecast of the Arizona Diamondbacks and San Diego Padres is given to you And thanks to a couple equipments. You want to give a shout out to Epidemic Sound, where you discover your world-class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts the music they deserve. Epidemic Sound is a royalty-free music link. Check out epidemicsound.com for more information. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to StreamYard. StreamYard Studios create your podcast, YouTube videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct their interviews through StreamYard. Try out their free version today at StreamYard.com. Also, I'd like to give a special thanks and shout out to MLB at Bat, providing baseball games across the nation. You guys are listening to the TNC Sports Talk post-game show between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. We'll be right back. We'll get started with the post-game show in just a few moments.
Daydream with me, let your mind explore all the things we were created for. Possibilities, an open door that keeps us reaching out for more. Sure that I'm not sure, knowing I don't know it, so I listen for my inner voice. Carry the winds, drown out the rain.
Sunday afternoon post-game show is here, given to you thanks to StreamYard Studios. StreamYard Studios create your podcast, YouTube videos, host virtual business meetings, and more. Check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. All right, Padres, it was a very tough loss here for the San Diego Padres. They lost in a final score of 3-0. We'll recap the game here in just a moment. Merrill Kelly will get the victory for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He moves to 9-5 with a 3.26 ERA as the pitcher. The losing pitcher, Mike Clevinger, goes to 2-3 with 3.50 ERA. So Mark Melanson picks up the 13th save of the season, moving to 5.12 ERA. The Padres move into 52-42, second in the National League West. The Arizona Diamondbacks moved to 12 games out of 500, 40-52. In the fifth place in the NL West. And boy, I tell you, it was really a pitching duel matchup. If you looked at the combination between these two pitchers, realistically, kind of neck and neck. All right, six innings from both of these guys. You take up Merrill Kelly from Arizona, 6 hits, 1 run, 5 strikeouts, and 1 home run. I think the key thing was that the Padres got carried away. Mike Clevinger, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. The only difference is 8 strikeouts, 1 home run given, 2 walks set them up in a position where Mackenzie Gore comes into the 7th, walks 2. Wilson comes in and walks 2 also. It was very frustrating in the 7th inning when you get out of the bullpen. And you think about this, hey, you're heading into the All-Star break for the Padres. You're trying to get out. It was a good outing for Mike Clevinger. I really enjoyed it. It was the bullpen. I don't know if Mackenzie Gore just wasn't feeling it today. I don't know if Wilson wasn't feeling it today. But these were consecutive walks and just consecutive, balls thrown. There were several times that walked in, 1 run, and then Wilson comes in and walks in another run. I mean, you can't win a ball game on the pitching side of things when you spend a solid 30 minutes. I mean, this was Mike Clevinger walks to 1. All right. He walks 2 and then he gets taken out of the game. Well, he walks 1 and then gets taken out of the game. Mackenzie Court comes in, strikes out, walks 1, walks 2, gets taken out. And then That leads to bases loaded, where he singles and then walks two, scoring in a run. And then again, you also see Steven Wilson come in and walk another two. It's just it got away from the bullpen, and then you look at the defensive side. There was really not a lot of action going on. I mean, the Padres early on gets a couple runners on base. I mean, the first three was really dominant. A couple key opportunities, especially in the second inning when you had Hosmer and Nola on first and second with only one out, and then you had Kim, right? CJ Abrams, he singles out the right. Eric Hosmer makes a round play, try to make it home. He gets thrown out. I don't know. All I know is that this is a all-star break that I think is well needed from both organizations as the Diamondbacks come in, moving into 40 wins, trying to find out what's behind on them. If you think about moving forward, right? This is a couple series right off the bat that you're not going to want to face. Now I know that the Nationals aren't really playing that well, but I mean, you get 3 games against the Washington Nationals, then you get 3 games against the San Francisco Giants before you go on the road to Atlanta and face the Braves. Well, if you're the Padres, on the other hand, you got to kick off in New York and face the Yankees, who are in the top of their league. There's the New York Mets. They're sitting 58 wins, 35 losses. They're 2.5 games into first place, and they have a nice, comfortable lead. They are the second seed in the playoffs. You guys are listening to the post-game show between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres. Arizona Diamondbacks beat the Padres. Final score 3-1. Final line score here along the board. Arizona puts up 3 runs off of 6 hits and no errors, while the Padres put up 1 run, 6 hits, and 2 errors. Line score here, winning pitcher is Merrill Kelly. He goes 9-5, 3.26 ERA. Losing pitcher is Mike Clevinger. He's 2-3, 3.50 ERA. And Mark Melanson picks up his 13th save with a 5.12 ERA. The weather was 72 degrees, partly cloudy over there in Petco Park. 7-mile winds was varying. First pitch was 1:11. Total time of the game was 3 hours and 20 minutes. Attendance at Petco Park today was 36,428 on Military Star Wars Getaway Day. Well, we're about to head into the break. We'll get down to the line score of how everything played out in today's ball games, videos, and play-by-play analysis, followed by around the league scoreboard and your standings going into the All-Star break, followed by the MLB draft. All concludes here on the TNC Sports Talk post-game show on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Just text, I know it's a toss up, but I hate the fact that we lost touch. Hey, the Uber pulling up on call. Tell me, is you trying to fall through? I'ma leave it up to you. What you wanna do? Look, I'm trying to spend this time with you. Know we overdue. What you doing right now? Baby, won't you swing my way? It's been a day and I've been thinking out loud. I know I want you. Long time since the last time. Got a tab, we could run up. Knew you from the way, now we grown up. My look, yeah, made the realest ones nervous. But if you want it, tap in. I think that I know somewhere that we could go to crash land. We could keep the pace on slow, yeah. Don't leave me on red. Can we go back where we first began? No plans, all we have was the moment. Text, I know it's a tough time. I hate the fact that we lost touch. Yeah. The Uber pulling up on call. Tell me, is you trying to fall through? I'ma leave it up to you. What you wanna do? We was raised a little different. I used to be ashamed who I was. Now I'm paid by the sentence. Taking my time with it. Baby, give me yours so I could get them butterflies trapped in your rib cage. Let me know we on the same page. Give me with a text, voice note, or an emoji. Waiting all day for your name on the ID. So if you want it, tap in. I think that I know somewhere that we could go to crash in. And we could keep the pace on slow, yeah. Don't leave me on red. Can we go back where we first began? No plans, all we had was the moment. Just text, I know it's a toss-up.
I'd like to give a shout out to Epic Demic Sound, discover world class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and I'd like to give a shout out to Epic Demic Sound, discover your world class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts and music they deserve. Epic Demic Sound is a royalty free music link. For more information, check out Epic Demic Sound. As we talk about the Padres and the Diamondbacks here, as the Diamondbacks beat the San Diego Padres, final score 3-1 in regular play here. And it's one of those things where it went down to pitching. Like I said, Merrill Kelly went 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 run, and 5 strikeouts. Well, even though Clevinger had 2 walks in the 6th inning, and you kind of expect Mike Clevinger to give out a walk or two, and in a sense of, okay, let's go ahead and you get into the 7th inning, you walk a batter, so there's a runner on first. You bring in Luis Mackenzie Gore. And it got away from the bullpen. Now, it didn't get away tremendously. He only given up 2 runs in the 7th. But then, to tie the game in the bottom of the 7th inning, and that kind of gives you hope. It would have been a different story if Voit had some runners on base at the end. Take a look at the line score here in a team comparison. Final score, Arizona 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 home run, 9 total bases, 10 stolen bases, 1 stolen base, 10 left on base with no errors for the San Diego Padres. They scored 1 run off of 6 hits, 1 home run, 10 total bases, no stolen bases, 4 left on base, and 2 errors. Not too shabby. Mike Clevinger goes 6 innings. Jorge Morejon was asked to go 2 innings. You think of having to go through Wilson, having to go through Mackenzie Gore. Adrian Morejon was asked to go through a tremendous amount of batters for the Diamondbacks. For the Diamondbacks, he finished up the 7th inning, or he comes into the 8th. He gets the last out again in the 7th against Peralta, striking out, and then he has to go up goes against Varsho and Alcantara and Perdomo, 4 guys in the 8th, and then he goes up against 3 guys, gives up a single in the 9th, and when the pitching change occurred. I taking a moment out of the game here, some highlights, and the first pitch was 4-11. It was Star Wars Day in Petco Park, game 3 of a 3-game series. The Padres came into the game leading 2-0, so they were looking to sweep things against the Diamondbacks, and Arizona was trying to avoid getting swept with the All-Star break coming up your way. Bases loaded in the top of the 5th inning with 2 outs. Alex Tomas strikes out swinging. Arizona Diamondbacks to end the inning. 2 runs were already scored. No runs were scored. Mike Clevinger gets out of a tremendous jam after loading the bases. Top of the 6th inning with nobody on base on a 0-1 count on 2 outs. David Peralta hits his 12th home run out to straightaway right field. This was a monstrous ball, 32 feet launch angle, 102 miles an hour with 387 foot distance. Gives the Arizona Diamondbacks a 1-0 lead. Bottom of the 7th inning, Luke Voit is at the plate. Nobody out, but on an 0-2 count, he home runs for his 12th fly ball and hits the 2nd deck of the Western Metal Supply Company. 413 feet, 110 miles an hour. And that gives the Diamondbacks the Padres a 3-1 deficit. It wasn't able to come back from it. Take a look at where they are headed to next into the All-Star game. Let's look into who they have around board. Much more to come. Store around the town scoreboard coming to you next here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Yeah, yeah. Wait. Just wait. They claim they want beef like I ain't in a teed up. I turn them to vegan. I'm really a creature. She sent me the beacon. I beat it and flee it. They tell like these niggas won't beat me. They can't. I'm somewhere tucked off. I'm laid in the shade and I'm counting mine. Still ain't made it. I'm jaded. My latest, my greatest. I ain't ever caving. They see me. I'm him. I'm a gym in the soil. It's by the time I've been after mine. I'm one with the culture. They more like a gimmick. I'm pushing the needle. I'm leaving the key in. It's running no meter. I want me a boy and I need him to see me. Yeah, I know it's my season. My family the reason I be who I'm being. Solid. Lately I pushing the needle forward to the people that knew me and traded sides. I'm up now, don't hit me to make it right. I'm at it dole, been taking mines. Niggas scared of the heights that I'm reaching for. Don't even know what you're reaching towards. Don't even know what you're reaching for. I really went from wearing rags on me to his racks on me. First class, they ain't got a pat on me. Let the chain dangle, bitch, I'm raiding the mainframe. Turn my pain into paint on a canvas. I've been a head case. Ben Frank only right, I get Ben Franklin. Burn two ends of the candle. Won't be the first one get rich in my family. They don't understand me. I used to be nice guy. To the world told me cold, now my guard up, I'm fall. Don't trust nobody. Now she never did want me, she talking real naughty. Nah, I ain't sorry, been slept on they groggy. I'm really bout it. I'm off the cloud in this bitch, I'm real rowdy. I'm going off, had no chances. I do not answer to anybody. Amped up, put my stamp on the canvas. I'm ramped up. Me, my dog, this with tandem. I do this for life. They just post for the camera. They scrambling, they not me, they rambling. I want me a mansion. I know it's my season. I'm go to the stanza. I'm somewhere tucked off. I'm laid in the shade and I'm counting mine. Still ain't made it. I'm jaded. My latest, my greatest. I'm solid. Lately, I'm pushing the needle forward to the people that knew me and traded sides. I'm up now, don't hit me to make it right. I'm at it dole, I've been taking mines. Niggas scared of the heights that I'm reaching for. Don't even know what you're reaching towards. Don't even know what you're reaching for. They loud in their feelings, they barking these riddles. Already told you won't find no one realer. I go from me cool to the top of your list. Turn this to a crib and a whip with a tint on it. Phone been on silent, I been on my shit. Whole globe on the fritz, I bought up my fist. Bitch, part of my glitz, stick a part of me sick with it like it's 06. Going dumb in the sticks on a bitch real quick. Fresh when I dress, take a look at my sticks. Think I lost my.
Let's take a look around this out of town scoreboard here around the league. And a couple games were postponed this afternoon. The Cincinnati Reds and the St. Louis Cardinals postponed due to rain delay, and they will be making up that game on September 17th. As I take a look here, also the Detroit Tigers and the Cleveland Guardians are also postponed due to rain. They will be making up their game scheduled August 15th. Well, we'll take you started over on Peacock because the game to watch on Peacock earlier today was the Kansas City Royals and the Toronto Blue Jays. The biggest thing that's coming into with the Kansas City Royals and the Toronto Blue Jays series is not many players came over with the Kansas City Royals because of the vaccination protocol. Toronto, being in Canada, had the implication of or understanding where if player teams are coming over, they had to be vaccinated or they weren't allowed to be in the country. Well, Toronto Blue Jays pick up a victory today, 4-2 over the Kansas City Royals. You take a look at Washington Nationals, who beat the Atlanta Braves. Final score 7-3. Boston Red Sox fall short to the New York Yankees, 13-2. The Baltimore Orioles scored 5 to 10 hits and 0 runs. They lose, giving up their win streak to the Tampa Bay Rays, 7-5. The Phillies shut out the Miami Marlins 4-0. Astros lost to the Oakland Athletics for the 4-3. The White Sox shut out the Twins 11-0. The Chicago Cubs put up 3 runs against the Mets when they beat them 3-2. The Mariners continue on their hot streak over the Texas Rangers 6-2, puts them at 14 games winning streak, and then sit comfortably second place in the American League West. The Pittsburgh Pirates beat the Colorado Rockies 8-3. The San Francisco Giants beat the Milwaukee Brewers 9-5. And the game that you were listening to earlier today between the Padres and the Diamondbacks, final score 3-1. Take a look at the standings real quick and things that we want to know. And instead of the actual individual standings, the regular season stats in the National League West, the Dodgers have a comfortable 10-game lead in first over the Padres, as the Padres are 52-42. The Dodgers are 60-30. The Giants come in third place, 12.5 games back. Colorado Rockies 18.5, and the Arizona Diamondbacks 40-52, 21 games back of first place. Take a look at the wild card and where things look. Start off in the American League, leading everything in all of baseball with 64 wins and 28 losses. The New York Yankees with a 2-game win streak. The Houston Astros is coming in second at 59-32, followed by the Minnesota Twins in the Central 50-44. The three teams right now currently holding that opportunity in the wild card is the 51-41 Tampa Bay Rays. With the Seattle Mariners, after being on a 14-game win streak, they are currently holding the second position at 51-42. And then Toronto Blue Jays at 50-43. Boston Red Sox, Cleveland Indians, Baltimore Orioles, and Chicago White Sox all within 4 games of the Blue Jays in the wild card. Taking a look over the National League leaders in such, the Los Angeles Dodgers holding the fort down at 60-30, followed by the Mets at 58-35, and the Milwaukee Brewers at 50-43. The three wildcard teams still presented to you. There's the Atlanta Braves sitting at 56-38, San Diego Padres 52-42, and then the decision factor is the Philadelphia Phillies 49-43. Let's not wait too long, because the St. Louis Cardinals are right there holding the fort down with them, with the Phillies at 50-44. The San Francisco Giants, Miami Marlins, Colorado Rockies, and Arizona Diamondbacks all within 10 games of the wild card. Let's take a look around your scoreboard and the upcoming standings. Well, hey, listen, it is draft time here, and with that being said, we still have the MLB draft. So who was the number 1 pick overall? We'll explain that to you. All come your way here on the post-game show on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Tell him no, 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 no. Tell him no, 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 no. You've been trying to cater to all the needs. You've been feeling guilty for so long. Maybe they're not friends, they are enemies. Don't you tell them yes, tell them get lost. Cause every time you go and ask for help, they say sorry, but I'm busy. So you end up doing it yourself. Ooh, hold up, baby, don't take it. In a friendship, if they just fake it, you don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it, and you won't miss it. You don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. They don't have respect for your boundaries. Girl, you hit too close to the edge now. Only thing they got is toxicity. Think you need a cleanse, clear the shit out. You got the bags, but they ain't got yours. You've done enough, but they still want more. You've been a good friend down to the core. Oh, oh, oh. Hold up, baby, don't take it. In a friendship, if they just fake it, you don't need to put up with their bullshit. Tell them no, 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 no. Hold up, baby, don't stress it. It ain't worth it.
With the first pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the Baltimore Orioles select Jackson Holliday, a shortstop from Stillwater High School in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
All right, that is the first draft pick that was given in this year's 2022 MLB Draft. Welcome back to the post-game show, as we will cover more of this later on in our shows next throughout the week with the throw-in. I'm Justin. It will be from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. But baseball is in the blood for Holliday, whose father, Matt, was a 7-time All-Star slugger during the 15-year MLB career with the Rockies, A's, Cardinals, and Yankees. But the family baseball connection doesn't stop there. Jackson's uncle, Josh, and his head coach of Oklahoma State, where the Jackson was committed. If he doesn't turn pro, Jackson's grandfather, Tom, coached Oklahoma State baseball for 26 years. Jackson's younger brother, Ethan, is ranked as one of the top prep players in the nation for a class of 2025. And the two played on the same team for the first time last year, with Jackson hitting second in the lineup, playing shortstop for Stillwater, Oklahoma High School, and Ethan batting third, playing third base. They even hit back-to-back home runs in one game. So coming out of the first pick of the 2022 draft, Jackson is selected from the Baltimore Orioles. Jackson was a tremendous in the senior year of high school, taking his already impressive production to the plate to the higher level, hitting .685 batting average and setting the national record with the 89 hits, a mark previously held by current Phillies catcher JT Realmuto. He prides himself to being an all-around talent, winning 2 Rolling High School Gold Glove Awards. I want to give a congratulations out to Jackson Holliday for being the first-round pick of the 2022 draft right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel post-game show. And talking about the upcoming draft, which is going to conclude today and probably the next couple of days, we have the All-Star, because at the end of the day, it's really representing, not just being able to represent and have a 5 minutes of fame moment in the draft. It's being able to have the ability to make it to the show and represent your franchise and stand alone in the All-Star. So many players have done it, and when we take a look at some of the game that we just got done calling earlier with the Padres and the Arizona Diamondbacks, you have to be able to also look at the players that we're representing. We'll start things off over with Arizona, while Joe Mantiply, a 31-year-old left-hander out of Virginia Tech. All right, out of Danville, Virginia, going to Virginia Tech. He was drafted in 2013 from the Detroit Tigers. He will be representing the Diamondbacks as the only player this year out of the organization to be headed to the All-Star team. And for the San Diego Padres, they initially had 2 players, but when you take out substitutions, the Padres are winding up 3. Well, the Padres started off with Joe Musgrove, who's had a remarkable year so far. And then they've also had Manny Machado, who didn't really show his power in today's game, going 0 for 4. But his leadership is more skilled than anything else. Talk about those 2 guys being unanimously named to be in the Hall of Fame and the All-Star game this year. We're also taking a look at the third person, who was elected this weekend as a substitute from players who couldn't be. Jake Cronenworth, second time to be able to go to the All-Star game. And for a team who is finishing off the first half of the season, and we recollect at the All-Star break the first half and second half of the season, the Padres finishing off the first half of the season the same way they did last season. But it comes down to how can you approach the second half of the season. See, last season, there's a lot of excuses, a lot of claims that the organization in the front office, the organization in the clubhouse was just not set on the same page. Therefore, it caused each other to mishandle a lot of scenarios and situations and caused the Padres to fall. Well, they blamed a lot on the manager and Andy Green, and I'm not saying no that wasn't the case, but listen, Bob Melvin put up the same numbers as this season, this first half, as they did in last season. Last season, this time when they got back from the All-Star break, they went on this deficit and they got themselves out of the postseason. Can the Padres hold on to what they have? And you got to think about, with hopefully Fernando Tatis coming back soon. Well, Myers will be a good addition to the organization. This would be crucial for the Padres to make it back to the postseason. A lot of the people are claiming that this is a do or die moment, and we'll find out when they come back from the All-Star. But we want to give congratulations to Joe Mantele, Joe Musgrove, Manny Machado, and Jay Cronenworth for being this year's All-Stars for the Diamondbacks and the and for the San Diego Padres. And when we come back, we're going to go ahead and get you to what both teams look like coming up here when they come back from break. And we'll wrap things up here and what things look like coming back from the All-Star break as we wrap things up on the post-game show here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.
Here I find myself again, time traveling only in my head. From the past to future play, or change, My emotions are valid, but the goal is not to be triggered every time. Never mind, it's just life. It's okay for my sanity to chase perfect peace, and I'll forever and always be present. I am enough as I am. I am fully equipped. Even when the tide and the current start to shift, I am adaptable. I am adaptable. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Safe for me to be grounded, present. The balance between problem solving and the universe working itself out. All that I have is all that I need. But to actualize it, I can't doubt, no doubt. My emotions are valid, but the goal is not to be triggered every time. Never mind, it's just life. It's okay for my sanity. I choose peace, and I'll forever and always be.
Guys, don't forget to check the throw-in out on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel weekday mornings from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join Justin every morning as we break down everything that's going on around in the world of sports. The NFL's back at it again with the preseason. What do we need to know heading into the preseason, and how will the Cincinnati Bengals do coming up with among their new challenges? Also, how will the Reds approach after the All-Star game, and with the trade deadline coming up, are they going to make any drastic moves or changes? A lot more of all that to come on the throw-in with Justin. Weekdays starting Monday mornings, 7 to 9 on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel. Thank you guys for listening to the post-game show here. And just real quick, I want to just, as we start concluding our post-game show, and we get you guys ready for the next one, Things for the Arizona Diamondbacks quickly to look at. Okay, they with the victory today, they moved to 3-1 in the last 10 games. When they come back and resume play on the 22nd, which is this Friday, they will have a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals, followed by a 3-game series against the San Francisco Giants, and a 3-game. Then before they hit the road to Atlanta to end off the month. They'll also head up north from there to face the Guardians in a 3-game series before coming back home to face the Colorado Rockies. When you take a look at the San Diego Padres, and you want to look heavily on that, when they come back on the 22nd also, they will be over in New York to face the New York Mets. Then they will head on the road to Detroit to face the Tigers before coming home to end the month off against the Minnesota Twins. They will then have a 4-game series against the Colorado Rockies. A 5-game series, because one of those 4 games will be a doubleheader. And then they'll be headed off to LA to face a 3-game series against the Dodgers. That's what the future looks like right now. But we have to get through the All-Star game, which is coming up here on Monday. Around baseball, when does baseball return? Well, Home Run Derby is tomorrow. That will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, followed by Tuesday, which is the All-Star game. That would also be played at Dodger Stadium, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Everyone will have Wednesday off, and some teams, 8 teams, will have a game. We'll have a game on Thursday, kind of a new tradition. We're kicking things off on Thursday, the 21st. The Texas Rangers will be over in Miami to face the Marlins. And then there will be you'll be treated for 2 doubleheaders, one in the Yankees and Astros in Houston. First game starts at 1:10, followed by a 6:40 game. And then also the Detroit Tigers and the Oakland A's has a doubleheader. First pitch on the first game is 3:37, and then the second game is to be announced. And then the final game on Thursday night will be the San Francisco Giants in Los Angeles. Well, that is all you have to look forward to for this week. It's going to be rough over the final couple of days as the Padres and the Diamondbacks don't have any baseball. No baseball around the world. Enjoy the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby as Albert Pujols makes his appearance once again as a legacy election, and Miguel Cabrera will be the American League legacy election there. This wraps up the Padres and the Diamondbacks game, where the Diamondbacks beat the Padres, final score 3-1. And in regular play, Padres moved to 52-42, and the Diamondbacks moved to 40-52. Our post-game show going to be done without the help of StreamYard Studios. Create your podcast, YouTube videos, host virtual business meetings, and even conduct interviews with StreamYard.com. Also, check out their free version today at StreamYard.com. Also, like to give a shout out to EpicDemicSound.com. Discover your world-class artists, composers, and bands. Find the perfect soundtrack and give your social media accounts the music they deserve. Epidemic Sound is a royalty-free music link. Check out their Epidemic Sound for more information. I am Justin. Thank you guys for tuning in to the TNC Sports Talk post-game show on Sunday's afternoon baseball. We will hopefully see you guys next weekend, and stay tuned to our social media pages as we will find out when we will be calling the next game. Until then, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning on the third one right here on the TNC Sports Talk YouTube channel.